Good morning. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I'm glad to be here in the Senate with Chairman Moran and Ranking Member Blumenthal. Chairman Bost wishes he could be here today, but due to travel issues caused by the recent snowstorm that we're enduring today, he could not make it here in time for the hearing. I would like to thank the DAV's National Commander, Mr. Coleman Nee, for being here today. I would also like to recognize the DAV Auxiliary National Commander, Melissa Pierce. Thank you for being here today. A special shout out to Mr. Dan Pierce for being here as well. And I'm pleased that there are folks here from across the country, including my home state of South Carolina. Thank you for traveling through a blizzard, through the snow, to be with us here this morning. If you're from South Carolina, please stand if you're able. I'd like to see some of my folks out there. You are. God bless you all, and thank you for traveling here, and I want to give a warm welcome to those folks. This year marks my 5th year on the committee. Veterans have always been a part of my life. I grew up around veterans, I know veterans, and they have always been part of our community and our family's community. Every time I'm on the House floor debating a bill or sitting on the dais, I'm always thinking of them, and like my dad, the generations of men and women who've served, my siblings. In fact, I just had one come back from a deployment overseas in the Middle East. For me, it's always about taking care of our veteran community when they come home. I know the sacrifices each of you have made, especially our disabled community. Each of you has fought to protect the freedoms we hold dear. I, along with my House Republican colleagues, are leading the charge to first help make life more affordable for severely disabled veterans and survivors through the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefits Expansion Act that we reported out of the committee 2 weeks ago. The bill would raise the monthly benefits rate for the most severely service-connected disabled veterans that require around-the-clock care by offering an additional $10,000 annually. It would also boost the monthly support payment that veteran survivors receive by an additional 1.5% annually over the next 2 years. These increases haven't been made in decades. I need your support to help ensure they are not caught up in an election year political games and that they are finally enacted. Second, ensure veterans get quality health care at the VA or within the community. That's why we're fighting for the Veterans Access Act, which is common sense legislation to build and solidify the gains made in the Choice and Mission Acts. The bill would give veterans even more options in how they access their health care outside of the VA, especially veterans living in rural and remote areas. Third, reauthorize VA to make sure the VA's programs work for today's and tomorrow's veterans, something that has not been done in decades. The importance of the Transition Assistance Program, or TAP, is an area that remains a key priority for me and many of us, all of us on the VA committee. Ensuring that service members are set up for their next mission in life is not something I take lightly. Thank you to the DAV for highlighting the importance of new veterans understanding the benefits they have earned and that they deserve. We are also committed to ensuring opportunities for veterans to explore non-traditional education, whether that be through apprenticeships, on-the-job training, during TAP, or the Veteran Readiness and Employment Program. We must continue to focus our efforts to ensure veterans are able to find and maintain meaningful employment. The DAV plays an important role in making sure we advance common sense proposals and conduct oversight to meet the needs of all veterans, no matter their zip code and no matter where they work. Veterans should have the choice to use the benefits VA offers in exchange for their service to meet their own needs. You know where we need to push the agency forward, not stick to the status quo. I can promise you one thing, my House Republican colleagues and I will never stop fighting for you and the voices you represent, the hundreds of thousands of veterans outside the DC Beltway who just want their health care on time, their benefits without a headache, and to live the American dream. We take this mission seriously, and I know my House and Senate Republican colleagues, as well as VA Secretary Doug Collins and President Trump, do too. We made progress with the most recent NDAA, and I proudly supported the following major provisions: enhancing the financial planning section of TAP to cover topics such as debt management, taxes, and investing, improving the warm handover process between VA, DOW, and DOL, allowing service members to attend TAP multiple times and encourage folks to bring their spouses along too. These things make a real difference for transitioning service members, and they must have all the tools needed to prepare for their next phase of life with their family. We will continue to fight to deliver historic economic relief for all veterans, including severely disabled veterans like Eric Edmondson and survivors like Cherie Briley. We will continue to fight to modernize the VA and its programs forward through reauthorization. We will continue to ensure veterans, no matter where they live, get the health care they deserve at the VA or in their community. I look forward to completing your mission alongside each and every one of you, and thank you again for being here today. And with that, I will recognize the Ranking Member Takano for his opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. And I'm glad to see, good morning. I'm glad to see so many of you here ensuring that your voices are heard today. Now, as tradition, I'd like to shout out to those who've traveled from the great state of California. Where are you, California? All right, that can be, there, California, yes. Welcome, welcome to our nation's capital. Welcome to everybody to our nation's capital. I would especially like to welcome DAV National Commander Coleman Nee and DAV Auxiliary Commander, National Commander Melissa Pierce, as well as the representatives from all of the organizations on our second panel of witnesses. Now, it was great to see you all, and I'm looking forward to an enlightening conversation. And since you were here last, we have all have experienced uncertainty and at times flat-out chaos. Just last week, Secretary Collins announced an interim final rule that would limit VA's obligations to veterans whose service-connected conditions are improved by medications. The response from the veteran community has been loud and near universal, and I agree with you. This rule cannot stand. Medication may be medication may be able to minimize the effects of injury or illness. It does not erase them. I know that the Secretary has stated that he won't enforce the rule. Frankly, that is not enough. Mr. Secretary, if you are listening, I call on you to rescind this rule immediately. The committee intends to submit a comment in the Federal Register voicing our disapproval, and I highly recommend that each of you do the same. The link to do so can be found in the banner on top of our website at democrats-veterans.house.gov. This year, in addition to the Secretary's harmful interim final rule, we are facing a massive reorganization of the Veterans Health Administration. Neither of these major actions were planned with input from Congress, or as far as I can tell, from the veteran community either. VA needs improvement, but this proposal appears to be more of an effort to align VA with what is happening in for-profit healthcare. VA should not emulate that model. I also want to address the hurdles that our veterans face in linking their toxic exposures to their service. We have had several discussions regarding overlooked veteran populations that need care. VA has the authority to create new presumptive conditions and deliver that care, and yet they don't use that authority nearly enough. Instead, we seem to have a VA leadership that wants to do more with less, as we have recently heard the Secretary say. You know what? Doing more with less has never worked for veterans. We can't expand benefits to more veterans without having staff at VA to do so. We need doctors and nurses and researchers. We need claims examiners in VA, social workers, janitorial staff, and police officers in VHA to ensure VA is meeting its mission. Each of you has served, and today you continue to serve your fellow veterans and their survivors. Now, from the moment you raised your hand and put on that uniform, you set yourself apart. That commitment came with a promise that you and your family would be taken care of afterwards. You fulfilled your duty. I consider it my duty and the duty of every American to honor that commitment. Over the past year, we have seen attacks on veterans and their earned benefits in an attempt to paint you as a group of scammers or that you're receiving overly generous benefits. Let me be clear, these are not handouts, these are earned benefits. Benefits that were earned by long days, long nights, months away, missed birthdays, missed anniversaries, through blood, sweat, and tears, through great sacrifice, and for some, the ultimate sacrifice. And for those left behind, the survivor community, we owe you a great debt as well. And that is why I support the Caring for Survivors Act and the Love Lives On Act. These bills provide meaningful change for an underserved and deserving community. I know everyone is waiting to see progress on the Major Richard Starr Act. I have heard you loud and clear. We need to pass that act. I strongly urge support for the Major Richard Starr Act, and delay on action is unacceptable. It's time to get it done. Now, being very transparent with you, none of these bills are cheap. And under the current rules of the House, it's been a struggle to find ways to pay for them. But that's just a lame excuse. If we can find an extra $500 billion for the Pentagon that they don't want or need, we can find an extra $50 billion for our nation's veterans, their dependents, and survivors. Congress must do the right thing, and we should do so without asking veterans to shoulder the costs. Veterans earned their benefits already. They should not be asked to pay for them again when they leave service. We know veterans are willing to make sure their comrades are taken care of, and I respect that immensely. But the point is, they shouldn't have to. Congress can and should do better. The American public has been told that it is willing to stand up. The American public has told us that it is willing to stand up for those who have served and ensure they get the benefits they've earned. And that includes taking a stand against claim sharks. We must pass Representative Pappas's GUARD Act today. Anytime benefits are increased, the sharks come circling. Claim sharks prey on veterans and siphon off hundreds of millions of dollars a year of veterans' hard-earned benefits, and this is wrong. Now, even in the past week, the sharks have come circling again, pushing out ads in an attempt to profit off of the chaos sown by VA's rule to roll back disability ratings. The purpose of these ads is to scare veterans into signing up for their service to, quote-unquote, protect their ratings. I've even been targeted by these ads. They are slick, and they are made to look like they're coming from the VA. There must be consequences for this behavior. But the lobbying efforts of these companies is immense, and it has stalled congressional action. Fortunately, states have stepped into the breach, and I would like to shout out to my home state of California for stepping up on this issue and passing legislation that takes on these claim sharks. Thank you, California. And I'm proud to see Californians leading the way, but Congress is still not off the hook. We must act. So, Madam Chair, thank you for holding this important hearing today, and I look forward to frank and a fruitful discussion today.
And I will now, thank you, Mr. Toncano. I'll now recognize Chairman Moran.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairwoman Mace. It's good to be here with my ranking member, Senator Blumenthal, with Congressman Toncano and you for our first joint hearing this year. I want to welcome our witnesses and glad that you're here. This is an important component of what we do to make certain that we are paying attention to those who served. And I'm appreciative of the Disabled American Veterans and the other veteran service organizations for their presence here today. And I extend a special welcome to the Kansans who are in the audience today, and I look forward to spending more time with you this afternoon. I'm grateful for the work the VSOs, like the ones we will hear from this morning, do every day across the country and here in our nation's capital to support their fellow veterans and their families and advocate for stronger and better Department of Veterans Affairs. Our committees are working every day with those same goals in mind. We may talk often about the challenges veterans face after service, but I'm always reminded at these hearings that veterans are not defined by their challenges. Far from it. Every day in every state and every district, veterans bring a wealth of skills, leadership, experience, and values from their military into their communities. It is our responsibility to make certain that federal programs and policies at the VA and in every other department and agency help veterans translate those strengths into long-term stability, health, and opportunity. This responsibility is why I, along with Ranking Member Blumenthal, have introduced the National Veterans Strategy Act to coordinate the efforts of federal, state, and local governments along with not-for-profits, for-profit organizations, all in the best interest of our nation's veterans. I'm grateful for widespread support for that bill among the VSO community, and I'm eager to discuss it with our witnesses today. I'm grateful to the VSO leaders today for their tireless work to make certain that the Congress and the VA remain focused on doing what is in the best interest of our veterans and military communities. I look forward to hearing how your legislative priorities advance veteran success, where Congress can do more to make certain that the VA's policies translate into real improvements in the veterans' well-being. Thank you again for being here. I look forward to today's hearing.
And I now recognize Ranking Member Blumenthal.
Thank you, Chair Mace, and thank you, Senator Moran, our chairman in the Senate. I'm honored to be with all of you today and particularly want to welcome anyone who has managed to make it here from Connecticut out of the snow. If you're here, Connecticut, thank you. And thank all of the rest of you. Never doubt that you are making a difference. Our VSOs are the lifeblood of our veterans' health care and other benefits and compensation to the men and women who are our national heroes. You are the ones who stand in watch over the VA and over us. And the latest example was your reaction to the cuts that were threatened, cruel, stupid cuts in VA benefits, and you and your voices turned it around. Thank you to the Veterans Service Organization for correcting what would have been a disastrous slash in benefits from countless veterans who rely on medications to manage their service-connected conditions. Thank you, all of you. But there's still work to be done. Still work to be done on that issue, among others. Representative Takano and I this morning sent a letter to Secretary Collins demanding the immediate rescission of the Department of Veterans Affairs interim final rule. It's entitled Evaluative Rating Impact of Medication, a benign sounding rule that in fact will impact cruelly and dangerously our veterans. I call on Secretary Collins to rescind this rule this morning while you are testifying here. And I thank all of my colleagues who have joined in this letter. I am hoping that this effort will be bipartisan, as so much of our work is and should be, but it has to result in action. I read just this morning an excellent article written by Barry Jesenowski. Thank you for this excellent article in Military. I ask that it be put in the record, Madam Chair.
Confirm.
And its headline is, "Veterans Aren't Campaign Props. Congress must start acting like it." I couldn't have said it better. And to quote the article, recent Congresses rank among the least productive in modern history, paralyzed by dysfunction, partisan infighting, and an apparent inability to do the basic job voters sent them to Washington to do. We should yeah, that deserves your applause for sure. Thank you, Barry. We need to overcome this kind of dysfunction, not only for our veterans, but for our whole country. And I hope that this hearing will mark a critical step in that effort. And the best example would be passing the Major Richard Starr Act. Most of you know, I have championed this bill for years. I went most recently to the floor of the United States Senate and asked for unanimous consent. It was blocked by one of my colleagues. I ask all of you, make your views known about the Richard Starr Act. Make sure that your member of the Senate or Congress joins in supporting a measure that is about basic fairness so that our combat veterans are not deprived of benefits they have earned. These are not beneficence. They're not charity. They're not philanthropy. You've earned them. It's not double dipping. It is deserved. The Richard Starr Act should pass during this session of the United States Congress. And I will go to the floor and again ask unanimous consent that it be approved. Let me say finally, I am deeply grateful to all of you for the support that you've provided to a range of other measures. I've read your testimony, the GUARD Act, the kinds of basic architecture that we need to sustain. We've seen a systematic degradation of VA healthcare and the first ever net reduction in VA staff, a concerted effort that has forced thousands of physicians, schedulers, registered nurses, and others to leave federal service. Veterans have seen increased mental health care wait times, politically motivated policies that threaten at-risk veterans, and decreased quality of veterans' decisions. These administrative actions also demand scrutiny and reversal. Thank you for all you do for America and for the veterans of the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have with us today National Commander Coleman Nee, is a DAV Life member of Chapter 3 in Boston, Massachusetts, and lives in Cape Cod with his family. He's a Marine veteran of the Persian Gulf War and a graduate of American University right here in Washington. The son of a World War II veteran, Commander Nee walked into a recruiter's office at the age of 18 and joined the Marine Corps Reserve. It was an opportunity to serve something bigger than himself while pursuing higher education. But instead of attending his college graduation, Commander Nee was called to active duty and boarded a plane to Saudi Arabia in response to Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait. There, as a motor transport operator, he supported infantry units with supply runs for 6 months. Like so many of our veterans, Commander Nee's service did not end when he took off the uniform. From 2011 to 2015, he served as the Secretary of the Massachusetts Department of Veterans Services. Under his leadership, the department created a number of new initiatives to increase access to services for all veterans, including the more than 47,000 returning Massachusetts veterans from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. As Secretary, Commander Nee also oversaw the creation of a first-in-the-nation initiative to support veterans and their families coping with the stresses of returning from war, and oversaw management of the Massachusetts Women Veterans Network, one of the most successful women's veterans advocacy organizations in the nation. Commander Nee went on to spend nearly 9 years as CEO for a company dedicated to empowering people with disabilities to succeed in employment and leadership positions. Before being elected to the organization's highest post, Commander Nee served on DAV's Board of Directors, the National Interim Legislative Committee, and the National Executive Committee. Through his time in the Marine Corps and his decades of mission-driven work, Commander Nee has shown who he is, a servant leader who appreciates and honors service. It is now with great pride and appreciation and admiration that the committee now recognizes DAV National Commander Coleman Nee to deliver some opening remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you for that very, very kind introduction, and I appreciate you stepping in for my good friend, Representative Stephen Lynch, who could not be here. I believe Representative Lynch is still digging out a parking spot up in Boston, so thank you for stepping in. Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Moran, Ranking Members Blumenthal, Anticano, and members of the Committees on Veterans Affairs, thank you for the opportunity to present the 2026 legislative priorities of DAV, Disabled American Veterans, and our partners in the auxiliary, of which I am also a proud member. Together, our over 1 million members represent more than 6 million wounded, ill, and injured veterans, all of whom returned from wartime service forever changed. Now, my written testimony details DAV's key legislative goals for this 119th Congress, and it summarizes our many programs and accomplishments that we've made over the last year. So I'll use my limited time here today to highlight some of our critical policy goals. But before I do that, please let me introduce my DAV colleagues joining me here today. Our National Adjutant and CEO, Barry Jezanowski, our National Headquarters Executive Director, Cody Van Boxel, our Washington Headquarters Executive Director, Jim Marzalik, our National Service Director, Scott Hope, National Legislative Director, John Retzer, our National Voluntary Services Director, John Kleindienst, our National Caregiver Support Program Director, Ron Minter, our National Employment Director, Jeremy Yost, and my good friend and my partner and my commander, our Auxiliary National Commander, Melissa Pierce. I'd also like to recognize the many DAV members and leaders who joined me here today. Obviously, not every one of our members could make the trip to Washington, but their contributions have been critical to DAV's success as the nation's premier veteran service organization. I also wish to express my gratitude to our National Executive Committee, members of our Interim Legislative Committee, as well as my Chief of Staff, Mike Valier, for all of their support. And finally, I want to thank my beautiful family, my wife Karen, my son Jack, and my daughter Kate, who have remained steadfast partners and supporters, not only of me, but veterans everywhere. Members of the committee, I sit before you as a service-disabled veteran of the Gulf War. I know from my own time in uniform, as well as from the experiences of my comrades in arms, that there is a price paid by all those who serve. Now, as a former Massachusetts Secretary of Veteran Services, I oversaw more than $100 million in state funding for veterans and dependents. This included financial aid and programming. Suffice it to say, I understand the difficulties you all face when it comes to making decisions that affect the lives of your fellow countrymen. It's not easy, and there's no shortage of critics. So let me take this opportunity up front to simply say thank you for all that you do. Long before gaining that insight, I watched and admired as those who made it home from Vietnam built one of the nation's first memorials to the 25 sons of South Boston who made the ultimate sacrifice there. Witnessing my friends and neighbors from Southie honor our fallen heroes had a profound impact on me. It illustrated the importance of banding together to accomplish a task bigger than oneself. And like many of those seated behind me, I found military service reinforced that idea. As a marine motor transport operator, I spent a lot of time getting tossed around the insanely uncomfortable cabs of military vehicles. It wasn't the kind of thing that gets glamorized in Hollywood, but getting Marines and supplies where they needed was enough for me to know that I did my part. But as we all know, military service comes with trials and tribulations that can last far beyond our time in uniform. Fortunately, the Department of Veterans Affairs is there to assist us throughout our lives. When I pursued my higher education, it was GI Bill that paid my tuition. When the VA Home Loan Guarantee Program helped Karen and I buy the house that we live in today. When my service-connected disabilities contributed to me stepping down as CEO from an organization that I had ran for nearly 9 years, it was VA disability compensation that helped me keep our finances in order. When I needed the medical care for those same disabilities, it was VA hospitals and vet centers that provided the care I needed and still need today. And when I am called to stand my final post, the VA's National Cemetery Administration relieves the burden for my family and ensure that I am laid to rest with honor and dignity. None of this is unique to me. Countless veterans can share that same story. Yet with everything happening in our country today, I can't help but wonder if VA will be there for future generations as it was for me and for all of our nation's veterans. The VA stands at a defining crossroads, one that will shape not only the institution itself, but our nation's enduring commitment to those who have worn its uniform. On one path lies the dismantling, fragmentation, and gradual erosion of a system that was built to serve veterans. On the other lies a principled effort to modernize, strengthen, and safeguard the VA for future generations who will answer the call to serve. This is not merely a political or bureaucratic debate. It is a moral issue. It is a strategic issue. It is even a national security issue. As an organization founded before our nation had a federal agency charged with honoring veteran sacrifices, we, DAV, know that the VA was not created by accident or convenience. It was built out of necessity and obligation. After each major conflict in American history, our nation confronted the same question: how will we keep our promise to those who bore the cost of war? The VA emerged as the answer. Its mission is singular in American governance: to serve a population not defined by age, income, or geography, but by service and sacrifice. Yet today, VA faces intense pressure. Critics point to long wait times, uneven quality of care, outdated infrastructure, and administrative inefficiencies. These criticisms are not unfounded. The VA, like many large institutions, has struggled to adapt to changing demands, particularly the complex needs of post 9/11 veterans. But acknowledging flaws is not the same as abandoning the mission. Calls to dismantle or significantly privatize VA are often framed as pragmatic solutions, offering veterans choice by shifting care to the private sector. On the surface, this may sound reasonable. In practice, it risks hollowing out the only healthcare system in this country that is purpose-built for veterans. Private healthcare systems are not designed around military service. They don't specialize in combat trauma or polytrauma rehabilitation. They don't take into account the lifelong consequences of military toxic exposures, and they are not accountable to veterans in the same way that a public institution is accountable to the people that it serves. Dismantling, once begun, is rarely reversible. As resources, talent, and expertise are siphoned away, the VA's ability to function deteriorates. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy in which weakened performance is used to justify further destruction of the department. Veterans are left navigating a fragmented landscape of providers, insurers, and bureaucracies, often at the moments when they are least equipped to do so. Preservation, on the other hand, does not mean defending the status quo. Preserving the VA means reforming it with seriousness and resolve. It means modernizing facilities, investing in digital health infrastructure, streamlining our claims processing, and holding leadership accountable for performance. It means expanding our mental health capacity, strengthening rural access, and ensuring that care keeps pace with evolving medical science. Most importantly, preservation means recognizing that VA is not simply a healthcare provider, it is a covenant with those who have earned its services. If our nation is serious about honoring the promise made to those who served, then our priorities must be clear. Here are some of DAV's critical policy goals for this year. First, we must make the claims and appeals process work for veterans, not against them. Timely, accurate decisions are not a courtesy, they are a moral obligation. We must also strengthen presumptive policies so that veterans exposed to toxic substances are not forced to prove what history and science already know. No veteran should have to be forced to wait decades for the health care and benefits that they have already earned. Equally urgent is closing the gaps in mental health care and suicide prevention. Every veteran in crisis deserves immediate, comprehensive support because no one who served this nation should ever feel forgotten or alone. Our survivors also deserve better. Modernizing and strengthening their benefits ensures financial security after a veteran is gone. Their sacrifices have earned the gratitude of a grateful nation, and we must never neglect them. As veterans age, long-term care must keep pace with their needs. That means expanding assisted living options and strengthening support for caregivers, many of whom bear enormous responsibilities with limited resources. These unsung heroes deserve not just our thanks, but meaningful support that makes a difference in their lives. We must also protect veterans programs from arbitrary budget caps and pay-go offsets that quietly erode funding year after year. Our nation should never balance its budget on the backs of those who have stood to defend it. They already paid. And finally, just last week, a new regulation was published by the VA. It would have reduced compensation for some disabled veterans simply because they take medication for their service-connected disabilities. We're pleased Secretary Collins listened to veterans and announced that the VA would not be implementing the rule. No veteran should be penalized for taking the medication they need to survive. Every generation of veterans inherits a system built by those who came before. The VA that treated World War II veterans like my dad enabled the care of Korea and Vietnam veterans. The reforms driven by Gulf War veterans like myself laid the groundwork for post-9/11 care. What we decide now will determine whether future veterans inherit a robust, integrated institution or a patchwork of programs that treats their needs as transactional rather than holistic. The choice before us is not between reform or stagnation. It is between responsibility or retreat. The VA stands at a crossroads. History will judge which path we choose. What lies beyond is not merely an institutional outcome, but a statement of our national character. Let us choose preservation. Let us choose reform. And above all, let us choose to keep the promise to those who have always kept faith with us. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my testimony. May God continue to bless DAV, the men and women who serve our great nation, and the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Since we expect so few to be here, why don't we increase the question time?
Well, we could do a second round potentially. Let's just do the first round, but let's just see how long we take. All right, beautifully stated with a beautiful Boston accent. So thank you. So I'm going to recognize myself. We'll all have approximately 3 minutes each on this initial round, and I'm going to recognize myself for questions. Commander Nee, how important is community care for veterans, home health care in rural and remote areas?
I believe integrated community care with VA facilities is critical for a lot of our rural veterans. Many of these areas that we go to don't have ready access to VA services right away. It's why I'm very proud of our DAV transportation network. We're getting many of these veterans to their medical appointments, but integrated coordinated care with our VA services is something that DAV has for a long time supported. But it has to be done in the right manner. It has to be integrated with their VA healthcare records so that we're collecting that data nationwide.
And then in addition to transportation means, are there other things that we can be doing to improve community care in rural areas?
Yeah, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I want to answer your question, Madam Chairwoman, but I also have some great experts up here as well, so I may could refer to them occasionally just to give some follow-up background. And I know John Retzer, our National Legislative Director, might have some comments.
Great question, Chairwoman. I appreciate that. And with community care, one of the things that we really want to see is, first and foremost, the standards that VA has in training is also extended and required by our VA community providers. And why is that? When you look at the toxic exposure, traumatic brain injury, women, veterans, special needs, those all need levels of competency that meet the standards of the very diverse needs of our population. So that's one of them. The second part is we need a robust interoperable system, the electronic health record modernization. As we watch VA go through 26 and 27 as they deploy to the 13 and 26 sites, we really need to make sure that they have taken and addressed all the incidents that you have all identified as concerning and safety issues, and make sure that they roll it out very seamlessly and ensure that change management within the staff is also adopted, and that is working between DoD, VA, and community care seamlessly.
Thank you. And Commander Nee, my next question is for you, but you may ask somebody else. In some of your testimony, you've discussed alternative therapies in healthcare. Any thoughts on any technologies that are more valuable than others? What should we be focused on alternative therapies or tools for recovery and healing for our veterans when they come home?
Great question, Madam Chairwoman. Yes, I personally am a huge believer in alternative therapies. Myself have used alternative and naturalistic therapies for my own disabilities. We've done a significant amount of work on that and in fact, we've done a significant amount of research. I believe, John, would you like to weigh in a little bit on some of the specifics?
We only have a few seconds left before I have to hand it off.
Great. Actually, what we look at it is alternative options, and we really appreciate, alternative options in research on psychedelics. We are looking at options in how HBOT can have efficacy with regards to our post-traumatic stress disorder, and we are continuing to also ensure that our women veterans with regards to menopause research is also there.
All right, thank you, and I now yield to Ranking Member Takano. Thank you.
Mr. Nee, how would you characterize this past year in terms of information flow between the department and the VSO community?
Yeah, I know Jim Marzlik, our Washington executive director, deals directly every day with the VA, and I'd like him to weigh in a little bit. But before that, I can say that honestly, over the years, what I've seen is when your vet service organization community has an active working partnership with VA, the system is a lot better and more gets done. Jim, would you like to weigh in on the specifics of this particular conversation?
Yes, thank you, Commander, and thank you, Ranking Member Takano, for the question. I think the Commander said it perfectly as well, that working together is very, very important, right? So if we're able to collaborate more, the better off VA is going to be as well. As you just seen last week, what occurred. I think if we were involved earlier, we could have told them, hey, this is not going to go over well in the veteran community. This is not a good thing for veterans at all. So the collaboration has improved a little bit over the last year. I think Deputy Secretary Paul Lawrence was at our conference. He spoke on Sunday. Before he made formal remarks, I was able to meet with him. He did assure me we will be collaborating more. We have a meeting later this week to discuss a couple things. So I'm optimistic. I'm excited about being able to sit down with him and his team and find out how we can work better together. Okay.
Well, I'm glad you're optimistic about that, that information flow seems to be improving, but I can tell you that I've seen that getting data from DA has been very difficult. This interim final rule being announced without any input from veterans, much less Congress, I thought was a huge misstep and a mistake. We have several bills that would radically improve benefits for survivors, like Love Lives On and Caring for Survivors. DAV supports these bills, right? Is that correct, Commander Nee?
I believe we do. John?
That is correct, Ranking Member. DAV supports the Major Richard Star, Love Lives On, and we want to ensure that we bring the parity with all our veterans as they are.
Well, great. Thank you. I know as a non-veteran, I would never ask you or your members to bear the cost of your earned benefits. Would you agree that veteran and survivor benefits are earned and therefore should be paid by the general public?
I would agree with that, Mr. Chair, Mr. Ranking Member. Thank you.
I asked the same for the Major Richard Star Act. Should veterans shoulder the cost of the Major Richard Star Act?
No, they should not. We are opposed to any reduction of benefits or services that help our injured or ill veterans in VA care.
Should we allow arbitrary congressional rules to stand in the way of doing what is right for veterans?
No.
The answer is no. Thank you so much. I yield back.
I will now recognize Ranking Member Blumenthal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that excellent testimony, Mr. Nee. I have just a few questions. I'm very interested in your emphasis on the need for standards for community care, and at the same time, improving the quality of care in the VA. If the emphasis is exclusively on expanding community care, doesn't that endanger the quality and availability of care for the VA if all the resources go to community care?
Thank you for that question. I believe if all the resources were going to community care, no, that would not be something we're in favor of. I believe VA works better if there is a coordinated community care network, but in my own experience, having that information and that medical record flow from the community back into your VA record helps tremendously.
And you would agree that standards comparable to what the VA has to meet should be applied to community care, correct?
Yes.
And information about what is happening in community care should be the same. The data, the basic information that's provided should be the same, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that there ought to be a commitment to repair and upgrade VA's aging infrastructure?
I absolutely would agree with that, Mr. Ranking Member.
And to replace the 30,000, yes, it's 30,000 physicians, nurses, and others essential to VA healthcare should be filled and replaced. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I think Mr. Retzer might have some thoughts on that as well.
Thank
Yes,
you.
Ranking Member, I appreciate the line of questioning, and really what DAV is always supported is a balance amongst community care, but we have to make sure, if you look at our Veterans Independent Budget of fiscal year 2027, we provided a recommendation to decrease community care budget. And the reasons is that we've got infrastructure issues, we have inflation, market values that is really plaguing the Department of Veterans Affairs. We want to make sure that we internally strengthen VA's healthcare system to meet the needs of all of our veterans, to include rural veterans. And so as you look at our report, it'll give you some guidelines. One of the things that we notice with the community care is the cost of emergency and urgent needs and going out into community care. So we did a recommendation in our report citing a plus-up with regards to strengthening these.
Let me just, because my time is about to expire, I'm going to interrupt with apology. We have encountered tremendous difficulty, and I will say on both sides of the aisle. I don't want to speak for anyone, but the flow of information from the VA has been highly obscure. And even after the last hearing that we had, when Secretary Collins promised to fully answer all of our questions, to this moment, we've received half or less than he promised to provide. So I hope you will join in this effort to demand full and complete transparency from the Department of Veterans Affairs so that you can be effective advocates for the veterans of America. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Senator. I will now recognize Representative Luttrell.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And it's good to be in the House with all my brothers and sisters. I miss you terribly, so I'm glad everyone made the trip. You know, for decades, Congress has appropriated millions and millions of dollars to the Department of Veterans Affairs for, they need to help me out. Millions of dollars for suicide prevention inside the VA. Millions of dollars, decades and decades. And every year, the suicide rate increases. We're losing that battle. You hear the number 22 veterans a day, up to 40 veterans a day. Does anyone on the panel know how many spouses of veterans commit suicide? Does anybody know the answer to that question? From what I understand, every 8 days, a spouse takes his or her life. I don't know if that's concrete. I'd like to put that onto the panel to find that answer out for me, but that, through my research, that's what I'm hearing. Every 8 days, a spouse of a veteran takes their life. I heard you say that you're supporting alternative means of treatment, psychedelics, neuroplastogens. We're trying to find a name that doesn't scare everyone away. And to date, thousands and thousands of our brothers and sisters go overseas for this treatment, and it's highly effective. And out loud, I'll say there's 3 members of Congress, myself, Mr. Correa, and Mr. Bergman, that are openly engaged with the VA, with DOD, HHS, FDA, on moving research on these medications to save us from that 1-inch pistol range. And to date, it's like pushing a wet noodle up a hill. It is amazing. And some of the responses I've gotten was like, well, how many do you actually think this will save? And my response is, 1. If it saves 1 veteran, we're moving in the right direction. But we're not making enough noise. The 3 of us can't do this alone. You would think in the House of Representatives, this is where the power lives. But when I look out into the crowd, and if DAV supports this effort, I'm calling for an all-hands muster. You have to be present. Is this direction the way that we want to go? I adamantly believe it is. It's either taking a step somewhere else or continuing down the road of opioids and SSRIs and all the other stuff that we pump into our bodies to make ourselves feel good, and it inevitably leads to one place for those unfortunate ones. then I don't have a question more than a statement. If we're all in, like we are when we're in combat, and you look to your left and your right and like, hey, I'm here with you and we're going, this is what we have to do. So I'm asking for your help. When you travel around the lower chamber, the upper chamber, or you're hanging out in the administration, ask these questions. Why can't, or why haven't we moved research in the VA and the DoD, and why isn't the FDA supporting this? Why is the FDA not supporting this? And God bless each and every one of you and your families for your service. Thank you.
Amen. All right, now recognize Representative Pappas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commander, thanks very much for your testimony, and to all the members that are here in this room, thank you for your service, for making this country so great. Commander, I share your deep concerns that you expressed about VA not being there for future generations, and efforts to dismantle the workforce, to carry out reorganization without significant feedback from the veteran community and stakeholders, and to implement policies that threaten rather than increase or improve benefits, and how that will really undermine the ability of VA to be there and to deliver, and create this self-fulfilling prophecy around privatization that I think we all are in agreement we need to guard against. You asked an essential question, which is how will we keep our promise to those who have borne the battle? And then conveniently, you gave us all the answers. You gave us a good roadmap in terms of what Congress needs to do to answer that question and to make good on the debt that we owe to all those who have worn the uniform of this country. And I regret that it's taken so long to get things like the Major Richard Starr Act considered and across the finish line, things like the Love Lives On Act, which is really important to survivors. One issue that I hear, which is a top concern of veterans in New Hampshire, and I believe across the country, it's always brought up to me, is dental coverage. And I know that Representative Brownlee isn't here. She has led on that issue for a number of years. But could you talk about this as a priority in terms of treating the whole veteran and making sure that we have the right providers at VA to be able to expand this and make sure that more vets get access to dental coverage?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Congressman. Dental care is essential. Dental care, proper dental care, helps many of our veterans prevent cancer, diabetes, other very serious health issues. It helps in employment rates. I know when I go to many veteran homeless stand-downs, one of the major services that's provided with the longest lines is for the dental care, because that helps with them to get employment and helps with their mental health. And I think if you talk to all of our members, they will tell you all of our service-connected disabled veterans in this country deserve comprehensive, holistic health care, and dental care is health care, period.
Thank you for that response. Absolutely. Well, I want to recognize the great veterans from the Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire who are joining us here. And we had a conversation yesterday that touched on a number of issues. Included among those was dependency and indemnity compensation, which we know is a critical benefit to surviving spouses and family members who have supported our service members and veterans. They talked about waits, people waiting months to be able to get access to these benefits. Do you have any recommendations for Congress on what we should be doing to shorten that time frame and to make sure these benefits actually provide the kind of support that survivors and family members deserve?
Yeah, absolutely, we do. Thank you. That's a great question. I know we've worked extensively on this, and I believe Scott Hope has some very specific comments on this particular matter.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you for the question. Our dependency indemnity compensation is specifically for surviving spouses. Anything that we can do to bring in additional funds and parallel what other federal agencies have for individuals who pass away of a service-connected disability, we would definitely support. We are willing to link shields to defend what is currently available, and we will raise our swords to assist you or any member of your staff to fight for something in the future.
Thanks for that commitment and for all that you do. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now will recognize Representative King-Hines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let me start off by saying thank you for your service and thank you for making your voices echo in the halls of Congress today. I honor you today with my thank you. I think just listening in on the conversation, what we're all really talking about is reform. And I think that we can all agree that the VA needs reform, right? But the question here is, how do we do that reform responsibly so that, one, it improves performance, but more importantly, delivers better outcomes for all of you. And I think in these conversations, what I'm looking for is trying to find that right balance. And so I want to ask any member of the panel who could answer this, what metrics should Congress monitor to ensure that we are improving access without hollowing out the VA facilities, right? At what point does expanding community care risk weakening the VA's internal capacity? As a non-veteran myself, these are the conversations that I would like to have so that I can make an informed opinion.
Well, I thank you very much for the question. Obviously, as someone who is reliant on VA healthcare for my own health, I'm interested in that as well. I believe that we've done a significant amount of work on this, and let me ask John to give you a little bit of a background, please.
Thank you. And as we address the healthcare reform and how we balance community care, we have to address the access standards, which you have all done for some time with Choice Act, Mission Act, and now we're at a point where we also have the introduction of the Access Act, which DAV supports. And we believe, as we look at it, not only do we have to look at the Access Act with regards to how it facilitates services for the urban metropolitan, but we do have to address very specifically how do we do that differently for our rural and remote veterans. Along with our women veterans, when we have over 1 million this year now enrolled in the VA healthcare system, they are the highest users of community care. So we got to figure out how to bring that back into the VA healthcare system. So we do need to look at the model of healthcare and flip it up, maybe upside down to say, it's not a hospital model only. We need to look at really strengthening the CBOCs. And that CBOC methodology could really strengthen.
I'm going to reclaim my time. I guess, I want, what type of metrics should Congress develop when we are talking about actually addressing those issues? Right?
So, yes, and I think because we have such limited time, we'd love to work with your staff on it, and we have some recommendations within the Veterans Independent Budget that talks about the staffing, infrastructure, and the budget requirements.
All right, thank you. I'm about to run out of time, but just a quick question. If Congress does nothing differently over the next 5 years, what's the single greatest risk to the long-term viability of the VA system?
John, would you like to?
And real quickly, because I'm out of time.
It's going to be that we need mandatory funding to keep it strong and healthy.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And I know that Ranking Member Takano has a few more questions, so I'll allow a second round, 2 minutes. Our side went over by 1 minute, so I'm going to give Ranking Member Takano 3 minutes. But before I do that, I'm going to say something real quick. I love what everyone has said here today, and Congressman Luttrell, I'm with you. I suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and I have authored legislation on plant-based therapies. I've had a bill in the House and had that companion bill was in the Senate with Senator Cory Booker and Senator Rand Paul. One of the problems is up here, as Congressman Luttrell said, is that anything up here is like pushing a wet noodle up a hill, and I'm going to steal that one. We really, to move things fast, it's not happening. And the stats on plant-based therapy for veterans who are suffering from PTSD and have suicidal ideation, the stats of success are through the damn roof. It's amazing what it's done to save lives. I mean, the majority of veterans who suffer from PTSD and pay thousands of dollars or are sponsored by someone who can afford thousands of dollars to go down to Costa Rica or wherever for these plant-based therapies, in some cases it's over 75% of improvement. And why we are denying veterans the ability to do that unless they're in some sort of special program at Johns Hopkins that the vast majority of vets can't get into, is beyond me, because it literally saves lives. So as Congressman Luttrell said, and as a daughter of a Vietnam veteran, I've been to a lot of my father's Vietnam reunions. They don't have them anymore. Last year was probably the last one. And I have talked with men who served with my father who have a lifetime of trauma. It is only by God's grace that they are still alive. So really appreciate this very candid conversation, and we do need your voices here on the Hill. So thank you all, and God bless you. And with that, Ranking Member Takano, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Sorry. Commander, have you heard anything from your members about negative impacts to their health care due to VA staffing shortages?
Great question.
Raise your hand if
Great
you have-
question, Ranking Member. Yes, I think the.
Raise your hand if you have problems with staffing shortages at VA Direct Care. Go ahead, respond. Yes. And let the record show that nearly all of the audience raised their hands.
Yeah, no, it is a very serious issue, sir. And for those of us, again, for those of us who rely solely on VA for our health care, timely and convenient appointments, again, are not just a courtesy. They're something that is an obligation.
Have your members raised concern about their care in the community?
Yes, I have heard. I've heard anecdotes around community care, that issues around military service not being understood, insensitive comments, things of that nature.
So the level of training and preparedness of community providers as compared to VA providers is a significant issue, would you say?
It is a very significant issue.
Would your members support training requirements for community providers?
Yes.
And should those requirements be enforced through the community care agreements? We're about to enter into a 10-year agreement. Should they be, in other words, if VA has a requirement about suicide prevention and medications and opioids, should community care providers be trained in those standards as equally as they are within the VA?
Yes, I mean,
that was a problem a number of years ago.
Correct.
And so,
community providers should be trained should have specific military training so that they recognize the issues that are very specific to our
and my
veterans.
understanding is that previous contracts, and including going forward, in a hearing that I had previously on community care, that VA told me that third-party administrators have that they're not required to do this. And so when they build the networks for community care providers, they can't really get their providers to do all these trainings to be up to the same standards as VA doctors and providers. Do you think that's a problem?
I do think that's a problem, sir.
And would you change that? Would you ask VA to make sure that third-party administrators build networks that require their providers to take the same training that VA doctors get?
I would.
I think we should do that. Could you elaborate on your written testimony regarding the risks to adequately staffing VA's own healthcare system that are presented by legislation that would create grant programs to fund services outside of VA?
Specifics of that, I know John has done a lot of research.
I've run out of time. I want to be respectful to the chairwoman, but if you could quickly maybe get the written testimony to me.
Yes, we can get back to you on that question for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And thank you so much. Our first panel is now dismissed, and I want to thank you all for being here. We will take a 3-minute recess to get the second panel installed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Who was the second panel? VSOs. More VSOs? More VSOs?
No. Good.
The second panel, I mean, the testimony's the long thing, so if you gotta,
Okay, great.
if you need a comfort break, then like that's the
Where's the restroom?
So that it's just
Huh?
alcohol to the left.
Okay.
Just a few doors down on the left side.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be shorter. It's like there's nobody here, like everybody's left. Like, you know, there's all these people, to service organizations. It's kind of rude. I'm so torn.
If you were to stay, you could stay. It would probably be faster in the second round, depending on how much testimony they give. I think that's the only thing that'll make it longer is that they all give interesting testimonies in the second one.
And welcome to our second panel. I want to thank you all for being here. We have a lot of information of important organizations to hear from on this panel, so I would like us to get right to it. Today we are joined by Lieutenant General Brian Kelly of Military Officers Association of America, Dr. Lindsay Knight of Blue Star Families, Mr. Tom Burke of Vietnam Veterans of America, Mr. Larry Wright Jr. of National Congress of American Indians, Captain Rita Graham of Service Women's Action Network, Ms. Barbara Burt of Gold Star Wives of America, and Mr. Richard Berkshire of Black Veterans Project. Again, welcome to all of you and to all of your members in the audience here today. Lieutenant General Kelly, you are now recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, and although not here, thanks to Chairman Boston, Chairman Moran, and to our ranking members, Takano and Blumenthal, and all the distinguished members of both committees. On behalf of the Military Officers Association of America, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm honored to be here today along so many members of our community who work tirelessly to support and help those who serve and have served, our veterans and their families, who allow our nation to remain free and strong. I want to invite the MOA members and staff who are here today to stand. They represent more than 356,000 members whose voices strengthen our advocacy and who work to preserve and protect the earned benefits of over 22 million Americans who serve, have served, their families and survivors across all ranks and all uniformed services. Thank you. Let me begin by thanking both committees for your leadership in advancing the Veteran Caregiver Re-Education, Reemployment, and Retirement Act, MOA's top veterans health care priority this year. This legislation includes meaningful steps to address the financial, professional, and emotional burdens borne by caregivers who enable veterans to live with dignity and independence. As the bill progresses, we respectfully request your continued support to bring it to the floor in both chambers and ensure its passage, as strengthening education, employment, and retirement opportunities for caregivers honors their service and retirement, and helps family members avoid choosing between caring for a veteran and securing their own future, all while reducing long-term reliance on public assistance. You have my written testimony, but today I'm focusing my opening remarks on two priorities that go to the heart of the system integrity and long-term force sustainability: the Guard VA Benefits Act and the TAP Promotions Act. First, the Guard VA Benefits Act. Federal law establishes who may charge veterans for assistance with VA disability claims. That law exists to protect veterans, preserve the integrity of the claims process, and ensure accountability for those who operate within it. When criminal penalties for unaccredited agents were removed in 2006, Congress did not authorize a new industry to emerge outside the existing framework. Yet that is exactly what has happened. Unaccredited, for-profit companies now openly charge veterans for services that federal law already restricts. They operate beyond VA oversight and without meaningful consequences. Faced with growing claims volumes, the answer cannot be to simply change the law to accommodate those who are breaking it. If the system is under strain, our responsibility, all of our responsibilities, is to fix the system, not to legitimize practices that siphon earned benefits away from veterans. As someone who spent decades in uniform, responsible for people, processes, and accountability, I can say this clearly: weakening standards to compensate for system stress only compounds the problem. It erodes trust, which is our ultimate currency, undermines legitimately accredited representatives, and sends the wrong message to service members who expect the rules to apply evenly. The Guard VA Benefits Act restores accountability without restricting access to lawful, accredited assistance. It reaffirms that the solutions to system challenges is better performance and better oversight. MOA urges Congress to advance this legislation and make clear that earned benefits belong to veterans, not to companies exploiting gaps in enforcement. Second, the TAP Promotion Act. MOA believes that service does not exist in silos. It begins the day someone raises their right hand, and it continues into burial honors. From a readiness and force management perspective, the transition from service member to civilian is truly a consequential period, not only for the individual, but for the credibility of the all-volunteer force. Yet transition outcomes vary widely. Too many service members leave uniform not understanding their earned benefits, available resources, or where to turn to for trusted help. That lack of continuity increases the risk to the veteran. As both an MSO and a VSO, MOA occupies a unique position in this space. We support service members while they are still in uniform and continue that support throughout their life as a veteran. That continuity matters. The TAP Promotion Act strengthens outreach, improves consistency, and ensures service members and their family members receive timely, accurate information before separation, not after problems arise. It reinforces connections to organizations like ours and the others at this table who are there testifying before this committee that remain with veterans long after their service departs. This belief in life cycle responsibility is also why MOA launched the Total Force Plus conference. With Total Force Plus, we bring together leaders from the uniformed services, the Pentagon, the VA, the Congress, industry, and the nonprofit community to collaborate and advance solutions across this life cycle together. There are plenty of venues that focus on the types of the next ships, the next planes, the next tanks, the next weapons. Total Force Plus focuses on the people who make strong national defense possible, because outcomes improve when responsibility is shared rather than passed along, and everybody believes that people truly outrank everything. From first salute to final honors, how we care for those who serve and those who stand beside them directly impacts who will be willing to serve next. That group of people that was behind us before with those hats on are your biggest advocates. How they are treated will tell whether they tell somebody else to serve, and that is important. MOA stands here today ready for you to serve, and I thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Dr. Knight for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Thank you, Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Moran, ranking members Blumenthal and Takano, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Blue Star Family's 2026 priorities. Blue Star Families is the nation's largest military and veteran family supporting organization. Its research-driven approach builds strong communities with a focus on innovative and data-informed solutions. Since 2009, our research has gathered trusted feedback from over 150,000 active duty and veteran-connected families. Our goal is to enable military-connected families to thrive in the communities that they call home. Since our founding, Blue Star Families has delivered more than $336 million in benefits, counts over 440,000 members, and supports more than 1.5 million people annually. 33% of our membership base is comprised of veterans, veterans' spouses, and veterans' family members. Using this data and member insights as our guide, Blue Star Families has 3 primary legislative priorities in 2026. The first one. In 2022, as a result of the Commander John Scott Hannon Veterans Mental Health Care Improvement Act of 2019, Blue Star Families was awarded funding by the VA under the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox Suicide Prevention Program. Blue Star Families appreciates the extensive work your 2 committees have done to extend this program past the original 3-year pilot legislation, but we call on you both to work together to extend the program for at least another 3 years, and then to work toward a long-term authorization for the most successful initiatives. As recipients of the Staff Sergeant Fox grant, Blue Star Families operates a program at Blue Star Support Circles, Upstream Solutions to Crisis. Through this community-based suicide prevention program, we prioritize veterans who are at risk of suicide by ensuring that their friends and family members can recognize and understand signs and intervene before a veteran's struggle becomes a crisis. As a quick aside to Representative Luttrell, because he brought up the question of how many veteran spouses die by suicide a year. I don't have the number on veteran spouses, but I do have the most recent number from a DoD annual report in 2023 on suicide in the military. That report states that 146 family members, 93 of which were active duty spouses, died by suicide. I think it is an open question and one that our research team is certainly interested in pursuing in partnership with the VA to find out what the corollary number is for veteran spouses. But I also wanted to point out this is why community and family-based interventions and programs matter. Service members do not stand on their own. They stand as part of a unit, whether that is a family, a community. They are connected to others, and oftentimes those individuals are most able to tell when a crisis is going to happen before the emergency is at our feet. That is the entire theory of change behind our program. To date, nearly 200 individuals have completed this 8-week non-clinical program with Blue Star Families. Support Circles was externally validated by the University of Alabama, and participants demonstrated through pre- and post-surveys statistically significant improvements in their capacity to help others experiencing suicidal thoughts and their own self-efficacy to intervene. Our program increased participants' confidence in discussing suicide from 55% to 74%, enhanced knowledge of appropriate language and resources, and significantly imparted skills to mitigate factors for loved ones who might be having thoughts of suicide. Additionally, the share of participants indicating that all firearms were stored and unloaded increased from 30% to 43% as a result of this program. Veteran suicide prevention, however, is not it's not a nice to have, it is a moral imperative. I think everyone in this room would agree with that. And it also saves VA healthcare resources when done right and done upstream and in a preventative fashion. In 2025, using the first 3 years of participant data, we had an external firm conduct an economic analysis of outcomes. That analysis projects that the Blue Star support circles generate healthcare and economic cost savings 17 times greater than program costs. That amounts to roughly $13,247 of net cost savings per cohort participant. Our participants show measurable PHQ-9 depression improvements, reducing major depressive disorder-related healthcare costs and preventing costly emergency visits and psychiatric hospitalizations. The second legislative priority that we have is that we are calling on Congress to enact the Building, Readiness, and Integration for Dependents Going to Civilian Environments Act. This is sponsored by Senator Alex Padilla and Representatives Sanford Bishop and Jen Kiggins. The measure would establish a 3-year pilot project at 4 U.S. military bases where national organizations serving the military and veteran community would coordinate the extension of military transition services to military families. Challenges veterans face around transition are persistent. In our 2025 annual military family lifestyle survey, 58% of veteran respondents described their overall transition from military to civilian life as difficult or very difficult, and 44% found it more difficult than expected. The transition from military to civilian life is not just a personal journey for the service member, it is a profound change experienced by the entire family. However, many support services for spouses cease at the time of separation, which is often when families require them most. Successful military to civilian transitions depend on comprehensive support strategies that recognize the unique needs of veteran family members, not just in their capacity as caregivers, but as individuals navigating a significant transition themselves. A true measure of a successful transition extends beyond the veteran's employment or access to benefits. It is reflected in the family's stability, well-being, and connection to their community as they establish their new life as a veteran family. Finally, Blue Star Families calls on Congress to pass the Major Richard Starr Act. As many of you know, this bill will allow 52,000 combat-injured medically retired veterans to receive their earned retirement pay and disability compensation without offset. The Starr Act has 315 House and 77 Senate co-sponsors. That is 3/4 of Congress, and it could pass today if brought to the floor on each side of the Capitol. Thank you all and distinguished members of the committee for inviting Blue Star Families to provide our priorities, views, and research. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Burke for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Chairman Moran, Chairman Bost, ranking members Blumenthal and Takano. I appear before you today as a Vietnam veteran and the proud president of Vietnam Veterans of America, an organization born not from comfort or consensus, but from necessity. Our motto is simple and it is unyielding. Never again shall one generation of veterans abandon another. That promise was forged by Vietnam veterans who came home to a country that did not know what to do with us. We did not return to parades, gratitude, and too often we had returned to silence. Some questions, even if Vietnam was a real war. We learned quickly that if veterans did not fight for each other, no one else would. So we fought. We fought for ourselves when no one else would. And we won battles many said we could not win. Long before PTSD had a name, Vietnam veterans forced this nation to recognize invisible wounds as real injuries. Long before Agent Orange or toxic exposure were politically safe to acknowledge, we demanded accountability of harms caused in service to this country. There were no playbooks, no large budgets, no convictions, only conviction, perseverance, and the refusal to be ignored. That's how Vietnam Veterans is built. We may not have the largest balance sheets, but our passion is rooted in lived experience and the hard knowledge of what happens when a nation looks away from those they send to war. That is why, although our name reflects one generation, our mission has never been confined to one. We speak today not only for Vietnam veterans, but for all veterans. because we know what abandonment looks like, and we will not allow it to be repeated. Never again shall one generation of veterans abandon another. That history brings me directly to the Vietnam veterans' highest priority, the full accounting of our prisoners of war and those still missing in action. For those who served, this is not an abstract. These are names not in a database. They are friends we trained with, people we served beside, and we expected them to come home. The promise that no one would be left behind did not end when the battle stopped, and it does not weaken in time. That is why VBA has never wavered on POW M&A accountability for all wars. It is a sacred obligation, not a discretionary program. Reducing budgets for the agencies responsible for recovering our missing service members is unacceptable. It breaks faith with families who have waited decades and with those currently serving who trust their country will not forget them. Accounting for the missing is not about the past. It is about trust. Vietnam Veterans of America also carries the same sense of passion into a cause of our members know all too well, the fight for veterans exposed to toxic exposures. For too many of us, the war did not end when we came home. It followed us. It surfaced years later in our bodies and too often in our families. Vietnam veterans were exposed to Agent Orange long before anyone was willing to admit what it was doing to our bodies. And evidence now demands serious research into toxic exposure may affect spouses and biological descendants. This fight is not limited to one generation. Vietnam veterans have stood with all veterans that have been harmed by toxic exposure, including those suffering from the Gulf War illness, whose symptoms were dismissed for far too long. We push for recognition because we know exactly what happens when denial replaces accountability. This nation must fully accept its responsibility to every veteran harmed in service, and the Vietnam veterans will continue to speak about this. And this brings me to what deeply veterans must never be used as political leverage. No veteran should ever be helped or ignored because it is politically convenient. Care must never depend on party loyalty, polling, or legislative timing. When veterans become bargaining chips, progressive stops, trust erodes, and real people pay the price. Vietnam Veterans of America did not pick sides. We pick outcomes, and we will work with anyone of any party who is serious about delivering results for those who served. Vietnam Veterans of America will continue working across the aisle on a wide range of legislative issues. We look forward to working with both committees and every member willing to engage in good faith. We will offer our expertise directly to any office whenever it is helpful, because results matter more than credit. Before I close, I must ask how a nation that asks so much of its service members can accept so many will die from suicide, sleeping in the streets, or fall apart in transition once the uniform comes off. How do we explain that the danger does not end when the service is over, be that in combat or any area of other service? How can we accept the danger continues in paperwork in silence? These veteran losses are mostly caused by delay, diffusion of responsibility, and the excuse of complexity. And when systems fail to act, veterans pay the price with their lives. These are our people. They stood watch, they carried the burden, and they deserve urgency. They do not deserve explanations about why help must wait. Vietnam Veterans of America will not accept a system that saves resources while it costs lives. Vietnam veterans taught this nation something important. That progress does not come from waiting to be invited. It comes from showing up, from telling the truth, and from refusing to go away. That is who we are, and that is what we continue to be as long as we have breath in our bodies. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Wright for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Ponka Moshe, Pongi, Ombade, Wiki, they go, they not hick day, Wibla, Ponka Moshe, Alashmahan, Day, Wanoche, Larry Wright Jr., Ijajik Dabdi, Wishti, Usni Ponka, Sichangu Lakota Bdi. Good morning, distinguished members of the committee. I address you in my tribal language, my Ponka language, out of respect and to raise awareness for our native code talkers who are instrumental in helping our country during World Wars I and II. My name is Larry Wright Jr. I'm the Executive Director for the National Congress of American Indians. Previously, I served as Tribal Chairman for the Ponca Tribe in Nebraska for 11 years. I am also a proud veteran. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of American Indian and Alaska Native veterans who continue to proudly serve this country at higher rates than any other demographic in the United States. As noted in my written testimony, the contributions of Native American veterans span from the Revolutionary War to today. Whether serving as code talkers during World War II or helping raise the American flag at Iwo Jima, Native American veterans have demonstrated courage, commitment, sacrifice, and undeniable service to this country, many before we were even citizens of this country. Many of these veterans commit to continued service upon returning to their communities, whether in tribal governance, community development, or other forms of public service. Native American veterans carry forward a long tradition of warrior societies rooted in responsibility, protection, and leadership. This is why it is important that NCAI is here today to advocate for the needs of our veterans, including health care, housing, food, and other support mechanisms that ensure their continued success and contributions to our communities and this country. First, on health care. Since I last testified before your committees, I am proud to report that the Congress has continually provided advance appropriations for the Indian Health Service. Many of our veterans live far away from VA healthcare facilities, making IHS the only way for many of our veterans to access health care. I thank you for your support in this effort and ask that you continue to ensure Native American veterans relying on IHS receive the same advanced appropriations as the VA does. Second, on housing. Many of our veterans have difficulty finding safe and affordable housing on or near tribal communities. NCI supports the Native American Direct Loan Program, which provides necessary financing for homes located on tribal trust lands at a 2.5% interest rate. Given the high cost of housing across the United States and the unique financing challenges associated with trust land, below market interest rates are critical to putting our deserving veterans in healthy homes. To ensure that the program is successful, we urge Congress to provide a directive to the VA to put an end to its current hiring freeze, and more specifically, to hire necessary VA staff that can educate Native American veterans on the program and provide much-needed technical assistance to improve its utilization. Likewise, NCI strongly supports the continuation and expansion of the Tribal HUD-VASH program. As part of this process, we encourage your committees to remove any unnecessary restrictions for Native American veterans who reside in current assisted stock units. In some tribal communities, these units are the only vacant units available to Native veterans. They should not be penalized because of limited housing options. Third, on food. NCI has been paying close attention to the changes to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. We were disappointed to see that recent changes to SNAP remove the work requirement exemption for veterans, Native and non-Native alike. The elimination of this exemption creates unnecessary burdens in accessing critical nutrition for the bravest among us, rather than serving as an incentive for employment. A significant portion of our veterans reside in remote tribal areas where local unemployment rates are often 3 times or more the national average. In these regions, failure to secure a job that satisfies specific hourly requirements is more frequently due to geographic limitations than lack of effort. Fourth, on additional resources. The VA Advisory Committee on Tribal and Indian Affairs has served as a critical mechanism to ensure that tribal voices remain at the table as the VA develops policies, programs, and services that directly impact more than 145,000 Native American veterans that the VA serves today. NCI strongly believes that any disruption to the Advisory Committee's operations undermines the VA's ability to effectively serve Native American veterans. We urge your committees to ensure that the Advisory Committee has the legal framework and financial resources required to meet its obligations. To this point, we appreciate the introduction of the National Veterans Strategy Act, which would establish metrics to determine the well-being of our veterans regarding their physical health, mental health, spiritual health, economic security and opportunity, education, family and social engagement, and civic engagement. This important bill rightfully recognizes tribal governments and tribal organizations as key stakeholders to determine these metrics. Indian country knows firsthand the shortfalls that our veterans face, and we are eager to work with Congress to close those gaps. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much. I will now recognize Captain Rita Graham for your opening remarks in 5 minutes.
Good morning, distinguished members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rita Graham. I served as an Army Field Artillery officer, and I now serve as the Policy Director for the Service Women's Action Network, or SWAN. On behalf of women veterans everywhere, and on behalf of SWAN, I respectfully highlight 3 priorities today. Number 1, closing the gender-based research gaps under the PACT Act. Number 2, restoring comprehensive reproductive health care access for veterans. And 3, protecting evidence-based policies on women's service in ground combat units. These priorities reflect what we are seeing from women veterans across the country. Veterans who, like me, volunteered to serve fully knowing the risks of combat. But what we did not expect was that after our service, our access to health care and benefits that we earned could whether or not the VA systems recognize our service and sacrifice. That leads me to priority number 1, ensuring the PACT Act implementation fully addresses reproductive and fertility impacts. The PACT Act has been hugely successful in establishing long-term harms from toxic exposure. However, implementation gaps remain for women veterans specifically. Women veterans report substantially higher infertility rates than civilian women, yet researchers consistently identify significant gaps in data on reproductive health outcomes among women exposed to military environmental hazards. Substances linked to reproductive toxicity, miscarriage risk, and infertility are routinely encountered in everyday military environments, from motor pools, maintenance facility, and firing ranges. Yet, infertility and many reproductive health conditions are not currently included among toxic exposure presumptive conditions. And proving service connection can be particularly difficult due to complex nexus and service connection requirements. While VA data shows success in women's veterans enrollment proportional to their population in toxic exposure screenings. However, the gap that we see today is that publicly available data related to claims approvals and denials and condition level outcomes are not consistently disaggregated by gender, making it difficult to fully assess whether benefits are being delivered appropriately. This issue is not whether or not women are being exposed to these chemicals. That's already been well documented. The issue today is that research systems to track these toxic exposures were built when the force was primarily male. Therefore, reproductive outcomes were not systematically tracked appropriately. Our challenge today is whether or not these outcomes are being fully and effectively measured. And let me be clear, this is not primarily a benefits issue. It is a measurement and accountability issue. SWAN urges Congress to require gender disaggregated reporting, prioritizing longitudinal reproductive health research, and ensuring veterans with service-connected infertility have clear treatment pathways. Recognizing reproductive harm from toxic exposure does not expand the PACT Act's mission, but instead fulfills it. Priority 2, restoring comprehensive reproductive health care access. In December of 2025, the VA reversed its policy permitting reproductive health services in cases of rape and incest. This policy reversal affects countless numbers of survivors of military sexual trauma within the female veteran population. VA data proves that roughly 1 in 3 women will experience military sexual trauma throughout their life. And reporting under the Deborah Sampson Act has documented more than 1,500 incidences of sexual harassment on VA campuses every single year. These data highlight a serious ongoing risk, where a veteran who survives sexual violence may seek care inside a VA system, yet lack the full range of pregnancy-related medical counseling available in their counterpart civilian healthcare systems. At SWAN, we believe that no veteran should lose their bodily autonomy because of their service to our country. SWAN urges Congress to ensure survivors of sexual violence have access to the same medically appropriate care available in their civilian healthcare counterparts. Our final priority, number 3, protecting evidence-based policies that affect women's military service. Last month, the Department of Defense announced a new or re-review of women in ground combat positions. This review comes despite more than a decade of research and operational experience that proved that integration challenges are solved through leadership, standards, and infrastructure, not inclusion. Today, there are approximately 5,000 women who serve in ground combat roles, and thousands more have already transitioned to veteran status like myself. While not directly under the scope of this committee, the policies that affect who can serve today will shape the population that the VA and this committee will serve tomorrow. SWAN encourages continued oversight to ensure personnel decisions remain evidence-based to sustain a strong military. Before closing, SWAN would like to appreciate the VA's reversal of the interim final rule on medication and disability ratings and hope this will lead to more transparency and congressional oversight for all future regulatory changes. In closing, when I became one of the first women integrated into a ground combat unit, I did not consider it a historic milestone. I was doing my job, as did so many other women veterans around the country. And now today, we women veterans ask for something very simple. We ask that the veteran healthcare system and benefits fully reflect the realities of our service. Thank you, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. I will now recognize Ms. Barbara Burt for her opening remarks.
Chairwoman Mace, Chairman Boss, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Takano, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and distinguished members of the committees. My name is Barbara Burt. I was born in Kansas and now live in Hanson, Massachusetts on a small farm. I appear today on behalf of Gold Star Wives of America Incorporated, representing widows and widowers across the nation who have lost their spouses as a result of military service. Gold Star Wives of America was founded in 1945 to advocate for policies and financial support for military survivors and their children. 80 years later, that mission remains as urgent as ever. I am the widow of Robert Burt Jr., who served in the United States Army, the Army Reserves, and as a full-time recruiter in the Kansas Army National Guard. As the effects of Agent Orange emerged, Bob's health declined. In 2019, he was diagnosed with multiple system atrophy, a devastating neurodegenerative disease. Within 2 years, it took everything from him, including his life. After Bob's death, I became trapped in grief. Gold Star Wives of America Incorporated became my restoration. Dependency and Indemnity Compensation, DIC, was created to prevent economic collapse after the loss of a service member. The word indemnity recognizes the loss caused by a military service is permanent. Yet today, that promise is not being fulfilled. As a new member of Gold Star Wives of America Incorporated, I was struck by who these military spouses are. Many gave up careers, education, and financial security to care for their veteran. They met medical, emotional, and financial needs without guarantee of a future. When their spouse returned broken in body, in spirit, or in a flag-draped casket, they stepped forward into a life of caregiving, loss, economic stability, instability, without hesitation. They served a nation that has not always served them. For more than 30 years, Gold Star Wives of America Incorporated has advocated for updating the inadequate level of DIC. We are often told it costs too much. Meanwhile, I watch grieving spouses struggle with inadequate heat, food insecurity, housing instability, and unmet medical needs, and still show up. They show up for each other, for their communities, and for this country. These brave, selfless women and men validated my grief and showed me that purpose can grow from loss, what the Bible calls beauty for ashes. Today, most surviving spouses live on approximately $1,700 per month from DIC. Some receive Social Security, many do not. Every year that DIC remains inadequate, military spouses pay the consequences, not in theory, but in daily hardship. That hardship means choosing between heat and medication, groceries and gasoline. It means delaying care, skipping meals, and living with the constant fear that one unexpected expense will undo what little stability remains. For many, it means losing a family home and moving into shared or unstable housing. Members of the committee, you can change this. H.R. 6047 provides a modest but meaningful increase, and we thank Chairman Bost and the House Committee for advancing this bill. As noted at markup, this is a down payment, progress, not completion. That completion is S611 and H.R. 2055, the Caring for Survivors Act. Today, DIC replaces only 43% of 100% disabled veterans' compensation. This bill raises that to 55%, aligning military survivors with other federal survivors. This is not just a matter of fairness, it is a matter of survival. H.R. 1685, the Justice for ALS Veterans Act, reflects medical reality. ALS carries a 2 to 5 year life expectancy. Policies requiring 8 years of total disability create structural exclusion. We also support S410 and H.R. 1004, the Love Lives On Act, which affirms that our nation's responsibility to military families does not end at loss. Chairman Moran, thank you for your leadership. Finally, we support H.R. 2264, the Service-Connected Suicide Compensation Act. Like the PACT Act, it shifts the burden of proof away from grieving spouses and towards fairness and compassion. Members of this committee, we urge your favorable consideration of these bills and are confident that bipartisan leadership can move them to the President's desk. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of Gold Star Wives of America Incorporated.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize Mr. Richard Brookshire for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Chairman Moran, Chairmanwoman Mace, Ranking Member Blumenthal and Takano, and distinguished members of the committees. Black Veterans Project represents the first comprehensive reparative justice effort mobilizing Black veterans and military families systematically denied access to the GI Bill during the height of Jim Crow, as well as those who endured systemic racial inequities across the Department of Veteran Affairs benefits program since the end of legal segregation. BVP leverages data-driven research, narrative storytelling, and impact litigation to redress the federal government's sustained legacy of racial bias that has siphoned an estimated $100 billion in wealth-generating opportunities from Black veterans and military families since World War II. While the families of white veterans now hold 32 times more wealth than those of Black veterans, a gap of $164,000 per household, Black veterans remain twice as likely to live in poverty and represent fully 1/3 of the homeless veteran population. Since 2020, Black Veterans Project has worked with Yale Law School and the National Veterans Council for Legal Redress to FOIA internal VA data, exposing the systemic denial of billions in disability pay to Black veterans in the post-9/11 era. Monk v. United States, a legal case leveraging these findings, is poised to become the first race-based class action reckoning with the legacy of racial discrimination in VA's benefits programs. While more recent disparities at VA has taken years of strategic advocacy to bring to light, efforts to further investigate and address systemic inequities were haphazardly upended last year when the Office of Equity Assurance was liquidated under the auspices of government efficiency. For decades, VA flat out ignored repeated requests by advocates to access its racial data. A 2021 lawsuit by Black Veterans Project compelled the release of just 2 decades worth of disability grant rate data by race, substantiating what Black veterans and advocates had long suspected: sustained and systemic disparities in the administration of a veterans benefits program. Despite a government record spanning the widespread obstruction of Civil War pensions through the multi-generational obstruction of veterans' housing, education, and healthcare benefits from World War II through the Gulf Wars, accountability remains elusive. In January of 2024, VA summarily eliminated its diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives focused on improving outreach to minority, women, and veterans adversely affected by persistent inequality. Seemingly overnight, it terminated more than 60 employees and reallocated more than $14 million in earmarked fundings to wage a shameless war on woke. Now, innocuous rule changes and unregulated artificial intelligence are wreaking havoc in ways that will undermine access, with too few guardrails in place to ebb their impact. The deployment of anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion narratives levied through dubious executive orders has sown confusion and fear, threatening those working to mitigate adverse discriminatory outcomes at VA and beyond. The very systems built to catalyze integration and guarantee accessibility for all veterans have been eroded by partisan political gain, and the dignity of our nation's veterans has become collateral damage for an anti-woke agenda that serves to distract from the rapid privatization of our nation's largest public healthcare system. Worse still, powerful forces are actively colluding to redefine who is entitled to the myriad of benefits earned through military service and whose contributions in uniforms are ultimately remembered, honored, and uplifted. As we mark our nation's 250th anniversary, historical erasure is adding insult to injury. The veneration and advancement of anti-democratic, discriminatory narratives and policies present a nexus of crisis across our federal government that must be confronted, and a decay of values that must be uprooted and repaired. Americans envision a multiracial democracy in which all veterans are respected and protected. That is not the moment in which we now find ourselves. We are at a pivotal crossroads where apathy, animus, and willful ignorance are converging. This must be met with moral clarity and conviction. The shared values of integration, equal opportunity, equity, and inclusion are structural necessities that equip the best of us to do the most for all of us. That is the America for which countless souls have perished. That is the America for which I donned a uniform, and that is the America your committees must embody to adequately care for those who have borne the battle, no matter their identity. Black Veterans Project looks forward to working with each of you to repair past and present harms and to rebuild the public trust required for VA veterans in our nation to thrive into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Berkshire. I will now recognize myself for 3 minutes of questions. My first question goes to you, General Kelly. The barriers within the transition process preventing veterans from accessing and understanding their benefits, what are those barriers?
I think, first, thanks for the question, Chairwoman, and thanks for having us here again today. I think first and foremost, when you get into those rooms, when, I've gone through the Transition Assistance Program, as many of the veterans, I'm sure Representative Luttrell went through as well, you get in there and there's focus on a very short period of time, and most people are focused on only their disability claims, the information that comes out and what's going to happen. There are so many other benefits and so many other things that have to happen that the information isn't necessarily passed in the right way. In addition, to make the connections that have to happen afterwards to help people make their transition to the VA and access to all those other benefits and have continued continuity in that really requires a focus, for which many of the VSOs, many of the MSOs who you see here are prepared and set to do that. Not just on the disability side. In fact, we don't even do disability claims at MOA, but to make sure that those veterans have access to all of the benefits that they have and have information from a trusted source so that they don't go looking for somebody who is out there just doing it for profit.
And so what are some of those key benefits you think that they're missing hearing about?
Education, housing, other health care that's not related to your disability claims. There's a variety of those in there that they've earned through their service that are just being lost, or sometimes they're being sent to folks who are there to prey on them in regard to helping them get a disability outpayment, for which then they'll reap the benefits, which is unfortunate for our veterans.
I think we call those sharks, right?
But we absolutely do. That's correct.
And then how do we, I guess, for that continuity, making sure they know all their benefits, how do we remove some of those barriers? What are some of your ideas?
I think, we've listed some of them in our written testimony, but, certainly the work that's being done for the Guard VA Act to help make sure we police some of those sharks, as you call them, out of there is important. Make sure we get the right groups of people involved in that transition so that the connections and the discussions can be made and we can know who the trusted sources are so the veterans, even if they don't have the information the first time, have the right places to follow up and make sure that they get access to all their benefits.
Thank you, and I have 45 seconds left, Captain Graham. My last question is for you. How can the VA be more efficient with how it delivers benefits to veterans, their families, women, et cetera, everything you talked about?
Thank you for the question. I think, first of all, just having proper reporting data coming from the VA up. The question obviously is to how to receive the benefits, but we need to know, the VA needs to know what issues there are. a lot of the data that we pull is anecdotal from individuals. The VA just needs a better understanding of what these issues are for servicewomen, and that comes from better research disaggregated by gender.
Okay, thank you. I would now like to recognize the ranking member. Okay, Senator Duckworth, you're now recognized.
Thank you, and I want to thank the ranking member, Congressman Takano, for yielding to me. I'm running a little behind schedule. From the moment my buddies carried me to safety, I have dedicated my life to supporting our nation's veterans and serving them in order to try, in a minuscule way, honor their bravery and their sacrifice. That mission is why I'm here today as a member of Congress, and that's why I continue to join you in fighting tirelessly against Donald Trump's attack on the VA, because I see clear as day that the end goal here is to privatize and eventually dismantle the VA. And this effort has started even before this administration. It's been ongoing, and we've been fighting this for a very long time. At this point, President Trump has fired more veterans than any other president in American history. He's taken an axe to the VA workforce. He's killed collective bargaining rights to instill a culture of fear and consistently withheld oversight authorities from Congress. His administration plans to gut the Veterans Health Administration's management structure and outsource $1 trillion away from VA clinicians and to civilian provider network that does not have the specialized infrastructure to provide service-informed care. Over 1 year into his second term, there is still no clear strategy on how Donald Trump's VA plans to deliver more resources to veterans, not less. He claims that he cares about veterans, and I state, the president says, I quote, "Under my leadership, our nation will always uphold the legacy of our veterans, and as president, I will always have their backs," end quote. Frankly, I'm tired of his broken promises, and the veteran community should be too. His administration has turned its back on veterans every single time an opportunity has presented itself. Secretary Collins' most recent ambush interim final rule should be a sobering call to action. Do not be fooled. Until Secretary Collins rescinds that rule, it remains in effect. It remains in effect. If you think that this is the end of this administration's effort to attack disability compensation, then you are wrong. If that was the case, Secretary Collins would have consulted all of us, or at the minimum, rescind the rule and assert a clear consultation plan with all stakeholders being consulted, beginning with the members of Congress and then, of course, with the VSOs. You are the voice of our nation's veterans, each and every one of you. You should have been consulted. This is not a Republican versus Democrat issue. This is not even a Trump issue. This is an issue of privatizing the VA, which has been an effort that has been underway for decades, and we must stand up to it. This is a veterans issue. And my promise, my commitment, is to fight to uphold our nation's promise to veterans, even when that makes us unpopular and calls for confrontation. More than ever, Republicans, Democrats, and VSOs alike need to come together to protect our nation's veterans. So let's get to work to codify protections that ensure that Donald Trump or any other future president cannot come after veterans' disability compensation ever again. Before I close, I want to get the panel's view on a particularly offensive angle of this ambush rulemaking that the public may not fully appreciate. And again, I want to establish a precedent that no future president, no future administration, regardless of their party affiliation, can do this ever again. So this question is open-ended to the members of the panel that's here. Can you explain why it was so inappropriate to use an interim final rulemaking process for such a controversial policy, and address the message that's being sent by the administration to the VSOs and the entire veterans community in seeking to jam this through before a single comment was filed? Basically, I'd like each of you to explain to me why it's important that you should be consulted when such a rule is being made. General?
Senator Duckworth, first, thanks for your support of veterans and what you do. It's amazing. You know, all of us think we have the ears of our veterans and have some information to provide. And so transparency in terms of consulting us, giving us information, we think would have provided the Secretary and the VA with some information that may have adjusted the outcomes, which means anxiety and all the things that went associated with this recent thing would have been avoided. And we think that can happen in the future. This group of people has information to provide and should be consulted.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Mr. Allison.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, from Indian country, it's very important that we have those consultation processes and upholding the trust and treaty responsibility that the United States has to our tribal people, and in this case, especially our veterans. When we look at, there's 145,000 Native veterans in this country, a law was passed creating a VA Tribal Advisory Committee, and this kind of information, that kind of consultation should have gone through that committee that's upheld by law.
I was very proud when I was at VA under General Shinseki to set up the situation where we dealt with our First Nation veterans on a nation-to-nation basis. That is critically important, especially for a population that has the highest per capita service in our nation's military than any other population. So thank you. I think you have a unique voice and you should have a seat at the table because your veterans in particular have unique needs that should have been addressed you were not consulted, and that is completely inappropriate.
On behalf of Service Women's Action Network, we also fully believe that the filing of the interim rule is so important because it's happened to us already, where our reproductive health access were taken away under an interim final rule. So just shows a pattern of these unofficial systems without any of the veterans, the VSOs, being consulted on ways to take away further and further minority health care and minority veteran benefits.
Thank you. You've been very indulgent, Madam Chair.
I've been very generous. That's fine. I want to hear from our veterans, and thank you, Senator Duckworth. Ranking Member Takano, you're now recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Graham, my colleagues and I in both the House and the Senate have introduced legislation to overturn VA's final rule restricting abortion access. How important is it to your members to overturn this rule and allow veterans access to abortion?
Thank you for the question. We believe it's incredibly important. If nothing else, there is no other health care in the VA system that men can have that women cannot, other than this abortion ruling. When these actions get taken place, women veterans are just told time and time again that our service does not count as much, it does not mean as much, and that we don't deserve the same benefits.
Can you tell me, how do women veterans feel that they've put on the uniform of our country, put their lives on the line to defend the rights of all Americans, but yet have this right over their own health care taken away?
It's insulting, both as a veteran and on behalf of SWAN. It's insulting that the fact that our health care could even be limited in this system that we've earned, that we've deserved. And so it's insulting and it's also terrifying. Women veterans especially need trauma-informed care that the VA is really excellent at providing and has only improved over the years. When we can't receive trauma-informed care for reproductive health access, women will die, their health outcomes will be adversely impacted. So it's hugely detrimental.
Thank you. Mr. Wright, how is the implementation of the Dole Act regarding awarding grants to states and Indian tribes to improve veteran outreach? How's that been going this year?
The Indian country is very thankful for the Dole Act and the impact that it has. And in particular, this law was signed in January 2025. Two landmark provisions that represent a significant step forward for Indian country is expanding home ownership opportunities for Native American veterans.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright, is it going well? Is it not going well?
It is. There's other opportunities that we would like to see continued to help with that, with the Native American Direct Loan Program, HUD-VASH, are two other programs that are very helpful for Indian country.
Well, thank you. Mr. Brookshire, last May, Black Veterans of America participated in our roundtable assessing disparities for minority veterans, and where we highlighted the importance of the VA's now shuttered Office of Equity Assurance. What has been the impact that this office closure has had on your community?
Thank you for the question. It's the inability to track data and to move on findings that the Office of Equity Insurance findings that were beginning to materialize under the office that were pinpointing where disparities were most concentrated and trying to get down to the root cause issues. Obviously that work has been abandoned.
Well, we've seen an explosion of the use of artificial intelligence at VA in both clinical and non-clinical spaces. What concerns do you have about these use cases, and what recommendations do you have for better protecting veteran data as AI continues to expand at VA?
The use of AI at this point is an evolving technology with a lot of concern about exacerbating racial bias in the system if implemented without proper oversight and regulation. And I believe that many veterans organizations, including Black Veterans Project, want a AI Veterans Bill of Rights, and so that we understand how our data is being leveraged at any given moment.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam.
All right, I will now recognize Ranking Member Blumenthal for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go a little bit off script because, as you know, you're here on a very important day. It's the day of the State of the Union address. And typically, a president delivering the State of the Union address talks about veterans. I certainly hope tonight President Trump will talk about veterans. And I have sort of a wish list. I don't know whether you do. I'd like to see the President of the United States commit to immediate passage of the Richard Starr Act. I'd like to see the President of the United States commit to replace all of the 30,000 workforce who have been fired or encouraged to leave positions that are open now and are essential to veterans' health care and other benefits. I'd like to see him commit to restoring contracts. We don't know how many exactly, and we don't know how which ones they are, but we know that hundreds have been canceled. The VA has not been forthcoming. I'd like to see the President commit to the full funding of all the programs that benefit veterans' education and training that are so essential to their making productive lives when they leave active duty. And I would like to see him commit to rescinding the interim final rule that we've been discussing here today, rescinding it. The Secretary of the VA can do it right away, and I'd like to see the President commit to it, as well as the reversal of the ban, which, Ms. Burke, you were talking about, that bars providing reproductive health care to veterans. Those are just some of the steps that I'd like to see him take. And I would like to invite anyone who wants to add to that wish list to do so now.
Sir, if I might. And the interim rule, according to our research, has been in existence since 1958. Evaluating disability ratings in light of medications veterans are taking. This is really not a brand new concept, but the way it was introduced created confusion and concern across the entire veterans community. BVA was engaged in professional dialogue with Secretary Collins and senior officials to ensure veterans were protected. Our concern is not political. It is about clarity, transparency, and ensuring no veteran is harmed now or in the future. Never again means never again. Well, veterans should not be blindsided by regulatory action without clear communication and opportunity for input, which we never had. And we did not obviously have a clear communication from the VA. Our goal really is simple, is to protect veterans today and prevent problems for future generations.
Well, thank you, sir. I hope the President's listening, or someone in the White House is listening to you, because that interim rule needs to be rescinded, or we need to do legislation that will, as you put it very well, clarify what the rules are and make sure that veterans understand they don't have to sacrifice their medical benefits in order to comply with this rule, which is the threat that was raised, the confusion that was created, and the unfortunate impact on the veterans community without any real communication with them. Thank you. My time has expired. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, I will now recognize Mr. Luttrell.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Brookshire, ideally, in my opinion, as a veteran, you're probably going to appreciate what I'm about to say. The transition from active duty to veteran it really doesn't exist as far as information moving from one space to the other. In my opinion, we should be able to take all the information, our service records, our medical records, everything that we've touched, tasted, felt, and smelled inside active duty, and it should automatically move into the veteran system. I'm leaving the Navy. Ph.D. says, all right, hey, look, calls the VA up. Morgan's inbound. We're going to drag the system. We're going to drag all the information. It lands inside the VA. The VA says, I've got him. He's good to go. And everything is actioned. When I'm dealing with VSOs that touch the homeless population, the homeless population don't have all their information. They either lost or wherever that goes. How do we get out in front of the issue that affects our homeless population while they're still in the DOD? Is there a trajectory that we're missing? Is there information breakdown that we could catch? And when you are engaging with the homeless population, is there something that kind of elevates to the tops, like, hey, this is what we're seeing in the vast majority of our homeless veterans that we could probably catch while they're still active duty, or the VA could pay more attention to, until, which I've been working on this for 3 years now, until the system itself moves effectively and efficiently for us?
I appreciate the question. I would like to consult with the organizations that focus specifically on that, specifically Black veterans organizations that focus on that, and get back to you.
Because I deal with Black veterans empowerment with Sean Deadweiler. I don't know if you're familiar with that gentleman. So this is where he operates. And I've asked the same question to him. But I'm trying to gather as much information as possible here so we can legislate that appropriately. Because to your point, no veteran should be forgotten. No veteran should be dismissed. All right. And the system itself, since its creation, has created that problem set. I like to say we need to take the veteran out of the equation, make the system correct, and the veterans are better taken care of. And the reason that I ask you that specific question about our homeless population, and it's the answers that I get, even up to, hey, some of the our homeless population is like, hey, I'm happy where I'm at. And how are we supposed to address that?
Again, I don't know how to specifically answer that question, but the first thing that comes to mind is there's a disproportionate amount of homeless veterans who are facing other than honorable or dishonorable discharges, and so you have to kind of address some of the root causation of that within DOD that puts them at a disadvantage to begin with when they get out. And Black folks are overrepresented in even today, in the present day, they're twice as likely, almost 3 times as likely, depending on branch of service, to get out with an other than honorable discharge, which affects their accessibility to benefits. So I think there's a need to address the kind of more systemic racial justice issues relative to the UCMJ.
All right, thank you. I would like to thank Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal. I would like to thank you for being here today. I will now recognize Ranking Member Takano for closing remarks.
Thank you. Very brief, and I want to really thank the sincere interest of my colleague from Texas, Congressman Luttrell, and his questions. Congressman, your concern about the transition of military service members going smoothly, making sure that all the data information gets transferred from DOD into the VA. I want to suggest that you take a look at legislation that I've offered called eVest, which would basically be an opt-out program so that veterans don't have to go and get into VA. They're assumed and presumed to automatically be enrolled in VA, and they have to opt out of it. That was what eVest does. Oddly enough, it does cost some money to do this. But I think for those that year, 2 years, 3 years, that they leave the military, that's a very critical time for them to be in touch with VA and to know and learn about all the programs. They shouldn't have to opt in. They should automatically be put into VA as number one. Secondly, we know from the Vietnam War era, minority veterans, African-American veterans, Latino veterans faced disproportionate disciplinary actions. And upon review, many of them might retrospectively look very unjust, and I would say unjust. And we have so many, and it's not just that particular war, it was many other conflicts where other than honorable discharges were issued, and it's a big issue for the veteran community. And it impacts their ability to get those transition services, and many are disproportionately on the streets because of that reason. And so I think if we want to address veteran homelessness, other than honorable discharges are something that we need to look at rectifying. And it goes beyond minority veterans. It goes to the general veteran population in addressing homelessness. We need to look at what veterans are being denied, services that they need. And look who enters the military service. It's not the wealthiest. It's not the most privileged. It is people from low-income backgrounds who are looking for a way out, a way up. And for many service members, the military has been an excellent place for that to occur, but the transition services are so important. Madam Chair, thank you so much for hosting these hearings, and thank you to all the veteran service organizations for being here and testifying. I yield back.
Thank you, and I want to thank everybody for being here today, for the veterans who served and traveled through snow, through a blizzard, for their testimony today. It's very clear we still have, no surprise, shocker, a lot of work to do for our veterans when they come home. I'm the daughter of a Vietnam veteran exposed to Agent Orange. I've seen the lifelong health complications that my father has had. You'd like to give remarks as well? Okay, I'll recognize
Happy to
you.
follow you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that's fine. You can go. Go for it.
Thank you. Well, let me begin by thanking you and our other House colleagues for making the long trip over here. But I think this hearing has been very, very useful. Thank you for your and Representative Takano's leadership, and of course, Senator Moran. And I want to thank all of you who have demonstrated your enormous patience and perseverance in staying with us in the audience, and of course, this panel, which has been excellent like the last one. And as I said at the very start, never doubt that you are making a difference. You are the chief champions and advocates for our veterans, and they need your voice and face. I want to reiterate for the record that the Senate committee has yet to receive many of the most important responses that we have urged, I was going to say demanded, but that we have requested from the Secretary of the VA, Doug Collins. I'm going to ask that our letter of February 4th, almost 3 weeks ago, which asked for this information as promptly as possible. We have not yet received more than half of the responses that are due. If there's no objection, Madam Chair. So ordered. And again, I think transparency is so important. Transparency, the flow of information, communication. Our veterans are attuned to listening. If you're taught nothing else in the military, it is pay attention. Our veterans pay attention, and they deserve and they need to be told the truth promptly and accurately. So thank you all for being here today, because your oversight is so important. And thank you again, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. I would be remiss if I didn't recognize the Charleston Ralph H. Johnson Veterans Affairs Medical Facility for those who are here from South Carolina. Some of the most preeminent and greatest technologies coming out of there for our veterans. A lot of my family gets served there, and we're very proud of their work. But coming from a veteran family, talking about those that are poor and destitute to get out of rural America and make something of themselves. My father went into the Army in 1963. He was from little old Hampton, South Carolina. He knew to hunt because his family didn't have a lot of money. And when he went to Vietnam, he was one of the best sharpshooters they had, even though they didn't really have that back then. And, he still has shrapnel in his body from those days, from serving 2 tours in Vietnam. And his best friend, Mr. Berkshire, was his radio operator black young man from North Carolina who died in that service. My father still can't tell that story without tearing up because of the sacrifices men and women from all walks of life, all colors, have come forward to serve their nation valiantly. And I appreciate the very open, the very honest conversation we've had today. I would urge you all to continue to use your voices, to be loud, to be heard, as we work together for the future, for serving all of our veterans across the country. I want to say thank you. I want to say welcome home, and I want to say God bless each and every one of you. Thank you. And this concludes today's joint VSO hearing. I think it's clear that the committees in collaboration with the VA under leadership of Secretary Collins have a lot more work to do in service to our veterans and their families. Of course, we all are committed to the work needed for our veterans and their families, so I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material. And hearing no objection, so ordered, this hearing is now adjourned.
Good morning. What did we do? Commander, I need an explanation. What did I do wrong?
You wrap the gavel, and for us, that's us to stand 3 times, so.
Ah. There's a fourth one. Thank you for the explanation. With the sound of the gavel, I call this hearing to order this morning. Good morning and welcome to everyone. I'd like to thank Chairman Bost, along with Ranking Members Blumenthal and Takano, and the rest of the Senate and House colleagues for joining us here today in this year's final joint hearing between the House and Senate committees on Veterans Affairs in this year, 2026. And I want to specifically welcome Commander Dan Wiley and his wife Sonia from my home state of Kansas, along with the leaders of the other veteran service organizations who will be testifying later this morning. I also would like to extend a special hello, as my colleagues will do for their home states, but particularly today with Commander Wiley as the lead witness today. I want to express my gratitude to the Kansans who are present here, who are watching at home, and who have been in my office numerous times, including this week. I appreciate the Kansans' presence in the room, and I'm grateful for my relationship I have with American Legion members from across my state. I'm grateful for the work that veteran service organizations do every day to support veterans and their families, caregivers, and survivors to advocate for timely, high-quality health care and benefits that they have earned and deserve. The work we do in our committees and these committees would not be possible without the tireless work and dedication of organizations like the ones here today and the ones we'll be hearing from this morning. I look forward to hearing from Commander Wiley and his fellow veteran leaders how your legislative priorities advance veteran success and what more these committees, the committee that I chair and the others, can do to make certain that VA policies translate into real improvements in the well-being of veterans we are all here to serve. With the commander from Kansas's presence, I would like to take a side note and express my appreciation and gratitude for everyone's service. I am not a veteran. This is not what I normally say at a hearing in this room. I was in high school when Vietnam was occurring. I watched what happened when those who served in Vietnam, returned home and how they were treated. If you are a year older than I am, and certainly if you are 2 years older than I am, you served in Vietnam. And I saw how my classmates at home in Kansas were treated upon their return to the United States shores following their service, their honorable service in Vietnam. And I told myself as a 16-year-old kid, I'm going to do everything I can to pay my respects and honor those who served. I never expected, fellow Kansans, to ever be a member of Congress, to serve in the House of Representatives, to serve in the United States Senate. And with that responsibility of that service came doing something more than just saying thank you. Something comes more than just saying I respect you. And so I take it seriously, as do members of this committee, members of the Senate, members of the House of Representatives, Republicans and Democrats. We take it seriously to try to make certain we do the things that keep our promises to those who served in Vietnam and those who served elsewhere around the globe and in the United States. And so I'm honored to have the opportunity to be here with a fellow Kansan, now the National Commander of the American Legion. I yield to the ranking member, Senator Blumenthal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Commander Wiley and the American Legion leadership who are here today. I'm a proud member in Connecticut. I know we have some Connecticut members here. Welcome to you, and thanks for visiting with me yesterday. Your perspectives and your advocacy are invaluable to what we do. You are the reason that we have the PAC Act today, just to take one example. Yesterday, I went to the floor of the United States Senate and asked for unanimous consent to pass the Major Richard Starr Act. Unfortunately, unfortunately was blocked. I asked as a fallback for a simple vote on the bill before August. It was blocked as well. The individual senator blocking unanimous consent is part of a small minority in the United States Senate. The vast bipartisan majority of my colleagues support the Richard Starr Act because they know it is unacceptable that tens of thousands of combat injured veterans are denied the full military benefits they deserve. The chairman just talked about promises. Promises are meaningless unless they are kept. We made a promise to these veterans that they would receive both retirement and disability benefits. We owe them both, and I promise you, I will not stop fighting until we pass the Richard Starr Act in this Congress. And I want to add that support for it is bipartisan. I thank the chairman, Senator Moran, for his support, as well as others on this committee, including the House ranking member, Mr. Takano. Yesterday, the New York Times published an article entitled, "Despite Promises, Veterans Affairs Department Cut Thousands of Roles for Doctors and Nurses." In fact, thousands of positions have been left vacant. The numbers of doctors and nurses positions has declined by significant percentages, which is a disservice to all of you here and the many, many veterans around the United States who depend on the VA for their medical care. At our hearing last month, Secretary Collins said the VA needs more doctors, and yet he has eliminated thousands of physician jobs. We need your help. We need your advocacy. We need your voices and your faces, which is why it's so important you're here today, so that we can maintain, restore, and even grow the numbers of doctors, nurses, counselors, psychiatrists, all of the team at VA healthcare that is so important to making sure that we have sufficient workforce to serve the needs of our veterans. Our veterans deserve nothing less than the best world-class medicine. Thank you all for being here today.
Senator Blumenthal, thank you. Representative Takano, the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. It is truly great to see all of you here, ensuring that my fellow members of Congress and Americans tuning in from the country hear directly from you. So I thank all the veterans who've traveled here today, including those who've made the trip from my home state of California. Where are you? Thank you, California. Welcome. And welcome to everyone from the American Legion. I'd especially like to welcome American Legion National Commander Dan Wiley of Kansas. Mr. Wiley, Commander Wiley, you and I have had personal conversations about how I actually spent time in Lawrence, Kansas one summer, and so welcome. Auxiliary National President Pam Ray of Illinois and Sons of the American Legion National Commander Bill Clancy of New York, and I offer a hearty welcome to the representatives from all of the organizations on our second panel of witnesses. Very good to see all of you, and I look forward to hearing, engaging in an enlightening conversation. Now, just 2 weeks ago, Secretary Collins published an interim final rule to cut veterans' disability compensation benefits for veterans whose service-connected conditions were improved by medication. Now, thanks to a public outcry from VSOs, members of Congress, and many of you here today, Secretary Collins paused enforcement and eventually rescinded the rule. Senator Blumenthal and I led the effort here in Congress against this rule, but our Republican colleagues were unwilling to join us. Protecting veterans' benefits should be a bipartisan issue, and my colleagues across the aisle should be willing to stand with us in holding VA accountable when veterans and their benefits are on the line. Now, in addition to the Secretary's harmful interim final rule, VA is also carrying out a massive reorganization of the Veterans Health Administration. This reorg effort warrants bipartisan oversight. Now, VA does need improvement, no doubt about that. But VA leadership appears to be trying to align VA with developments in for-profit healthcare. Now, VA is not a business, and it should not mirror business models. Following that business mindset, this VA aims to, quote, do more with less, end quote. Now, that approach has never really served veterans, in my opinion. And the data suggests VA is already struggling with the less. The New York Times reported yesterday that VA cut thousands of clinical positions that were filled before the administration and DOJ started pushing staff out. VA told us that these were unneeded COVID-era positions. But VA's own damning data tells us that that is not true. As was reported by the New York Times, about 73% of the 10,500 vacant positions VA just eliminated were filled just sometime in 2025 or 2026, well after the COVID era. These were recent vacancies, and rather than filling them, Secretary Collins just wiped those clinical positions off the books. Clinical positions that the medical centers said that they needed. Expanding care and benefits for veterans requires people, doctors and nurses, claims processors, social workers, researchers, police officers, and support staff. All these roles help VA fulfill its mission. Now, I know each of you sees the value in securing veteran care and improving VA because each of you has served, and today you continue to serve your fellow veterans and their survivors. Now, when you raised your hand and put on that uniform, you set yourself apart. That commitment came with our nation's promise that you and your family would be taken care of afterwards. You fulfilled your duty. We must fulfill ours. We sit here just days after President Trump committed our nation's most precious resource, our young men and women in uniform, to another conflict. Several service members have already been killed or wounded. Our service members are carrying out difficult and dangerous missions far from home. They deserve the full support of a grateful nation. That support cannot end when they take off the uniform. So I ask, has this administration planned and budgeted for the long-term costs of this conflict? Is VA prepared to provide a lifetime of medical care, disability compensation, mental health services, prosthetics, and caregiver support to the new generation of wartime veterans? President Trump and this Republican Congress have added $150 billion for the Department of Defense in the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, but it did not include a cent for VA. If this administration is willing to send Americans into harm's way, it must be willing to fully fund and strengthen the VA system that will care for them for decades. That means passing the Caring for Survivors Act. That means passing the Love Lives On Act. And that means passing the Major Richard Starr Act as well. Just a little bit of history. I was chairman of the House side of the committee when I passed the Vietnam Blue Water Navy bill out of the House for the second time unanimously. And why I had to do it a second time is that the previous chairman, a Republican chairman, passed it also with overwhelming, I think it was unanimous as well. But procedures in the Senate blocked it. Just a couple of senators ran out the clock at the end of that session. And look, the politics in both houses, it's procedure that is stopping the Major Richard Starr Act. It is the will of the majority of both houses of Congress, and I'll be damned if we allow procedure to stand in the way of passing the Major Richard Starr Act, and you should be damned as well. Keep the pressure on. And with that belief, Senator Blumenthal yesterday went to the floor yesterday to ask for a vote on this bill, and shamefully it was blocked. Procedure again. In objecting to a vote on the Major Richard Starr Act, Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin lamented how much it would cost, arguing that we needed to prioritize funding for ongoing defense capabilities. I say this is unconscionable. We are talking about compensation for combat injured veterans. This is a cost of war. And as we sit here watching the president drag us into another conflict, we must reckon with the long-lasting impacts it will have on our service members, our veterans, and their families. Paying for the true cost of war means investing in VA now. Mr. Chair, I thank you for bringing these organizations before us today, and I look forward to frank and fruitful discussions, and I thank you and I yield back.
Ranking Member Takano, thank you. I now have the honor of introducing a Kansan and a friend, the National Commander of the American Legion, Mr. Dan Wiley. Dan, of course, has a long history of serving veterans, particularly those in the neighborhood of his hometown, Leavenworth, Kansas. He has also been a trusted advisor to me on issues impacting veterans at home and across the country. Dan served his nation in the United States Air Force, and following his service, he obtained a law degree from the University of Kansas. He told me this morning he's a K-State fan. He used all his skills as an attorney to establish the Leavenworth County Veterans Treatment Court. He was a district court judge in the state of Kansas, and he used that opportunity to find a new way to care for veterans who appear before his and other courts in Leavenworth and across our state. During his service with the Legion, Dan has pretty much done it all. He's held 24 different positions within the American Legion, making certain that veterans have a friend who will listen to them and advocate for them. I've seen that in my own circumstance at pancake feeds and American Legion events in my hometown across the state, as he has been there for every veteran of our state. Dan, like many veterans, has faced his own challenges and hurdles in his life after service, but rather than hide or shy away from the challenges, he's shared them openly, letting veterans know that they aren't alone. I respect Dan for being vulnerable and honest about mental health and using his experience to reach out to veterans. As National Commander, he's a strong advocate for the American Legion's Be the One campaign to prevent veteran suicide. Thank you for working to extend hope to veterans who are struggling with their mental health and helping reduce the stigma around asking for help. Outside the American Legion, Dan is very involved in his community back home, where he has worn many different hats, helping organize and be the master of ceremonies at the Leavenworth County Veterans Day Parade, to serving on his local board of education. Commander Wiley, you have been a friend to me and friend to veterans, and I have no doubt that your vision and experience is strengthening the mission of the American Legion and making certain that the voices of veterans are heard, and that their needs are met with honor and with respect. I thank you for those things. I thank you for your dedication to serving veterans in Kansas and across the country, and for being here to testify today. I appreciate your family's sacrifice for your service in this capacity, and I look forward to working together on our shared mission of improving the lives of veterans across the country and back home in our home state. With that, Commander Wiley, you are now recognized.
First, thank you, Senator, for that kind introduction. Thank you, Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Takano, and distinguished members of these committees. On behalf of the 2.5 million members of the American Legion family, I appreciate the opportunity to discuss our legislative priorities for the second session of the 119th Congress. I would like to begin by introducing the members of the American Legion family here with me today. Please stand if you are able as I recognize you, our national officers serving with me this year. Please stand. Our past national commanders, please stand. Pam Ray, National President of the American Legion Auxiliary. William Clancy III, National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion. And my daughter Christy, my son Austin, and his wife Jessie with their son and my grandson Noah, and of course, the most important person in the room without a doubt, my wife Sonia. Thank you. Our written testimony contains our complete list of legislative goals, and they are all important. With limited time, however, I will focus on several critical issues. This is a pivotal time for our country. Recent military action reminds us of the cost of service, shouldered by a shrinking minority of American families. In our all-volunteer force, military service has become a family business. And while average time in uniform is just 4 to 8 years, the cost can potentially last a lifetime. And as we mark the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding, it is essential we examine those costs and make sure they are paid in full. That is precisely why Congress chartered the American Legion after World War I, to promote a strong national defense, encourage civic education, and to create a community of veterans to support one another whose voices are heard by our nation's leaders. Since 1919, the Legion has been instrumental in landmark changes like the GI Bill, creation of the modern VA, appeals modernization, and the Mission Act. We created programs like the American Legion Child Wellbeing Foundation, Legacy Scholarships, and Boys Nation. Our mission every single day is to serve those who served us. At the post level, Legionnaires serve their communities in times of crisis. Just last year, after the tragic floods in Kerrville, Texas, Legion Post 208 provided urgently needed resources for those who had lost everything and served as a relief point for aid workers who came from across the country. American Legion service officers assist veterans with disability claims, and in 2025 alone, processed $29.5 billion in claims for veterans. This was free of charge, regardless of whether they were members of the American Legion or not. Nationally, we partner with VA on the Buddy Check Week and our Be the One campaign to reduce stigma, provide critical training, and ultimately save lives. Our system Worth Saving and regional office action review programs provide policymakers with on-the-ground feedback regarding health care and benefits. And we have continued to work with Congress to ensure that while the administration seeks bold change, there is no reduction in accessibility of services and benefits to any veteran or their family. Just 2 weeks ago, the American Legion spoke against a proposed rule that would change the way VA rates a veteran's disability based on medication management. We were glad to see Secretary Collins listen to the veteran community and ultimately rescind the rule. We will remain vigilant, and we will give you all of our feedback on what is working and what needs to change. The Legion's #1 priority is ending veteran suicide. VA estimates more than 17 veterans die every day by suicide. Traditional approaches to this problem, pills and therapy, have objectively not worked. We need stronger transition programs, innovative therapies, and improved safeguards to medication management. That's why we support things like the Fox Grant Program, the Beacon Act, the Written Informed Consent Act, and other bills that seek to address this problem. It's also why, after a decade of Legion advocacy, I was proud to be in the Oval Office as the President signed an executive order reclassifying cannabis as a Schedule III drug. This allows for federal research on how it can reduce drivers of suicide. Now, the American Legion does not support use of illegal drugs, but we strongly support research that could result in new, effective treatments. An important part of suicide prevention and ultimately VA's core mission is access to timely, quality health care. And while most veterans prefer to receive from VA their care because it's a one-stop shop, community care has exploded since the passage of the Mission Act. Congress must provide the necessary funding to ensure the VA system remains strong without curtailing a veteran's access to community care if it is in the veteran's best interest. It is a difficult balance, but one we are committed to helping Congress achieve. Ultimately, veterans should get the care they need when they need it. But we must remain the center of all veteran health care in the VA. As we discuss VHA reorganization, the next-gen community care contract, and acceleration of electronic health record deployment, Congress must also address aging infrastructure and give the VA authorities and funding it needs to compete with the private sector job market. As we all know, the veteran population is changing, and so are its needs. Women's veterans, the largest growing subpopulation in our community, experience homelessness, depression, infertility, migraines, and other issues at a higher rate than their male counterparts. This is attributed to military sexual trauma and domestic violence. Congress should pass legislation to improve research on how issues unique to women veterans, including menopause, affect outcomes and increase the availability of gender-specific rehabilitation programs. Enabling veterans to thrive in a civilian life is a huge task. Congress can make it easier by ensuring our service members don't experience financial uncertainty prior to separation. When I served in the United States Air Force, I never worried about getting paid on the 1st and the 15th of the month. But as government shutdowns become more frequent, that is no longer guaranteed. Now, not long ago, the Legion provided over $1 million in grants to Coast Guard families because Congress failed to do its job and ensure they were paid on time. We need ironclad protections to ensure uninterrupted pay for all service members in our all-volunteer force. Finally, consider Major Richard Starr, who deployed multiple times and was diagnosed with lung cancer linked to burn pit exposure. Before his death, he endured the indignity of a wounded veteran's tax, an offset of his disability compensation against his pension because he was medically retired before 20 years. This is wrong. Collecting both benefits is not double dipping. Retirement is for time served. Disability compensation is for harm caused during service. Congress must pass the overwhelmingly supported bipartisan Major Richard Starr Act. Chairman Moran and Bost, ranking members Blumenthal and Takano, and members of the committees, the way America treats its veterans directly influences whether the next generation raises their right hand to define our 250-year legacy. On behalf of the entire American Legion family, thank you for this opportunity to share our priorities, and my staff and I welcome your questions.
National Commander, thank you for your testimony. We'll now turn to questions of you and your colleagues at the desk. The Richard Starr Act, let's start there for my first question. Would you share perhaps a member's experience, a real-world example of a veteran and their family who would directly benefit if the Major Starr Act was passed? Explain how it would change the quality of their life. Give us an example of why it matters.
Thank you, Senator. And without naming the individual, you and I both know an individual that suffered harm while he was on active duty. He was in a ghillie suit and he was burned by that active duty service, and because of that was medically retired. So he receives that medical retirement for that time in service. Also, you wouldn't find surprise, because of the burns on his body, he was entitled to disability compensation for the harm caused. However, because of the fact that he didn't have the 20 years in time in service, he has to waive dollar for dollar his retirement for the disability compensation he receives. And quite obviously, this takes funds away from his family that would benefit his family for a lifetime. And he's got a lifetime of care and a lifetime of loss as a result of those injuries. And I appreciate the opportunity last month as I sat in your office and we talked about the Major Richard Starr Act. And you know me, I'm probably more passionate than I am articulate. But to that extent, it just frustrates me that Congress can't get this passed when we have 316 members in the House that have signed on and approximately 75 members in the Senate who've signed on, and yet we can't get it to a vote on the House floor. The buck stops with leadership. They need to get a vote on this up or down because our veterans are entitled to know whether your congressman supports our disabled and wounded veterans or your congressman is against us. That's what we believe we're entitled to a vote on this on the House and Senate floor. Thank you.
Commander, thank you for answering my question. I would use this moment to, again, as I told you in our office when we last visited, that I'm committed to trying to do everything I can to accomplish that. Folks in this room probably know, but should know, the jurisdiction of this bill doesn't rest with the Committee on Veterans Affairs. It rests with our Armed Services Committee. But we're working with the leadership of the Armed Services. I'm working with the leadership of the Armed Services Committee to find a path forward. And I hope, and I spoke yesterday on the Senate floor about this topic, and I've also spoken to my colleagues in the Senate that there is no opportunity for the sponsoring of a bill that you're not willing to vote for when the time comes. Sponsoring is insufficient. We want you to do that. But the time is right. We want to make certain that the votes occur and there's no hypocrisy demonstrated by members of Congress. You mentioned community care. It's a topic that I have significant interest in large part. When I was a congressman, I represented a congressional district the size of the state of Illinois, not a VA hospital in that congressional district. And distance was often the enemy of a veteran in being able to access quality care at the VA. Would you elaborate on, let me say the American Legion is a strong supporter of the Access Act that Senator Blumenthal and I are trying to work out our differences to see that we get it passed. Would you explain to the committee the importance of the Access Act and why the American Legion is supportive?
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Moran, for that question. Community care is obviously important for our veterans. Most of our veterans, as I said in our opening remarks, are very happy with the care they get at the VA, and they prefer that. But as you know, just like Kansas and much of this country, there's a lot of distance between VA hospitals. You're in western Kansas. You might be 4 hours from a VA hospital, so we have transportation issues. We have issues with regard to obtaining care from specialists. And ultimately, we believe that the veteran should receive the care that's in their best interest. And we believe that this Access Act will provide more oversight. We need to continue to have VA oversight of community care, but community care is obviously important for the best interest of our veterans. Thank you.
Thank you, National Commander, for calling attention to some of the most pressing needs of our veterans. Obviously, the Richard Starr Act is a priority for me, not only as the ranking member of this committee, but also as a member of the Armed Services Committee. And you have correctly identified where the point of persuasion has to be with the leadership of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. So I urge every member here, if you think the Richard Starr Act ought to be passed, contact the leadership of the United States Senate. And again, I thank Senator Moran for his advocacy and his support. I want to call attention to your advocacy on behalf of women veterans. As you say in your testimony, they are the fastest growing cohort among veterans. They are serving right now in harm's way in the Middle East. Tragically, one of the fallen is a woman National Guard member. We owe them the same kind of health care and compensation benefits that our male veterans receive. What kinds of specific measures, if you could talk about them, would you advocate to expand the service that we provide to our women veterans?
Thank you, Ranking Member Blumenthal, for that question. And again, I appreciate your time as we had an opportunity last month in your office to discuss these very issues, and I know they're of concern to you. Obviously, to women's veterans is the single biggest growing demographic. And I can tell you that VA care has improved significantly in the 30-plus years I've been a member of the American Legion. I've visited VA hospitals throughout this country. We now have hospitals, not all, we need to do a lot more, but that have separate entrances, for example, for women's veterans. And I know there's a lot of bills that impact women's veterans, and so I'm going to ask our Veteran Affairs and Rehabilitation Director, Cole Lyle, to expand on that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Commander, and thank you, Ranking Member Blumenthal. The American Legion has publicly supported the SAVES Act, which would expand the evidentiary standard for VA to be able to consider non-VA evidence, lay statements, nexus letters, things like that in disability process claims. As the Commander alluded to, infrastructure at a lot of VA facilities specific for women veterans, residential rehabilitation programs, secure areas in VA facilities for them to feel safe if they've been if they've experienced military sexual trauma or intimate partner violence. Also, Congresswoman Brownlee has a bill to expand research on menopause. There's not a lot of evidence. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence. There's not a lot of research on menopausal links to certain things that drive suicide. And as we know, women veterans experience suicide at a much higher rate than their civilian counterparts.
That's a great answer, and I want to just volunteer my services, my office on this issue and others that you have raised, Commander, most especially the continuing scourge of veteran suicide, the need to expand the PAC Act, the importance of recognizing the next generation of toxic exposures, very, very important. And I want to just commend the American Legion for a program that is very close to my heart. In Connecticut, I don't know how many of the other states have it, we have a boys' state and girls' state program which fosters future leadership. Young people are chosen, it's a very competitive program, to participate in a nearly week-long series of sessions in usually it's a school location. They live in dormitories. They participate in mock Senate and House sessions. I think their conversations are considerably more erudite and informed than I often find around here. But I just want to say to the American Legion, providing the role models, fostering the leadership is so important. We need to develop our future veterans. My son, who served in the United States Marine Corps as an infantry officer in Afghanistan, my other son, who served as a Navy SEAL, had you as role models. And they, in turn, will be role models for others. But you, in the American Legion, whatever your age, are role models for our future leadership. Thank you for being there for our great country. Thank you.
To what office were you elected at Boys State?
I didn't participate in
sorry to out
Boys
you.
State, but my sons did, and it had an impact on them.
I'm quite certain I was never a senator at Boys State. Representative Takano.
I was at Boys State, California. I didn't get elected to anything either. So, Commander Wiley. Commander Wiley, one thing I've heard loud and clear from the veteran community this month is veterans should never be punished for following medical advice. When VA issued changes to how medication effects would be treated in disability evaluations, did the Legion receive advance notice or a chance to weigh in?
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano. And again, I appreciate your time and having the opportunity to meet with you last month. The simple answer is no, but I will also tell you that was an aberration for this administration and the VA, because we have been fortunate enough in the American Legion to be advised of most things, but we were not advised of this. And if we'd had been, we would have told them exactly what we told them in the end, and that it was a terrible idea. And so we are glad they rescinded it. But thank you.
Well, thank you. Well, do you think VSOs like the American Legion should be brought in early before policies are rolled out so that they aren't surprised and trust isn't shaken?
Absolutely. The veteran community is entitled and needs to be heard, yes.
There are several important bills pending that would radically improve benefits for veterans, their families, and their survivors, like the Major Richard Starr Act or Representative Hayes' Caring for Survivors Act. Commander, you've been very clear that these are earned benefits, not favors. I see you're nodding your head. On bills like the Major Richard Starr Act and survivor reforms, do you agree that Congress should not force veterans or survivors into a trade-off where one group's earned benefit is paid for by cutting another group of veterans' benefits?
Yes.
Do you think Congress should put the burden of paying for veterans' benefits increases on other veterans or on the American people as a whole?
No. Not on other veterans.
Not on other veterans.
It's a function of service. There's an obligation to pay for what a veteran has earned, and that's incurred at the time of service and the time they were put in harm's way. So yes, the American people and the American government, when they do that, they have an obligation, but it shouldn't be put on the shoulders of other veterans.
Thank you. That was the point. I think the American people are very much willing to honor the obligation that we made to them. Commander Wiley, I sponsored the PACT Act, which has certainly helped many veterans gain access to VA benefits and health care that they've earned through their service. But even as we were writing the PACT Act, we knew that the PACT Act was only a step and that there would be more work left to do in the future. Where should Congress push next, and what exposures or cohorts are most urgent to address a PACT Act follow-on?
Thank you again, Ranking Member Takano. And obviously, the PACT Act, when it was passed, there's a mechanism in there for identifying future toxins that hasn't been adequately used. But to further elaborate, I'm going to call on our VA&R Director, Cole Lyle, to answer.
Thank you, Commander. And I see time is short, so I'll try to be brief. But you know, the mechanism that the Commander was talking about existed because Congress didn't want to have to legislate individual presumptive conditions going forward. That process has been slow, and sometimes the process has been opaque. So I think if there were mandatory timelines requiring VA to review presumptive conditions within, let's say, 180 days, mandate some sort of external review if presumptives were removed, or an external review right after they were finalized, and then codify that presumptives could probably only be removed if there's overwhelming evidence that contradicts the existing science that was used in the approval process.
Well, is the Secretary fully leveraging the authorities granted by Congress to establish new presumptives, in your view? Or could he be more assertive?
I think Secretary Collins and Secretary Collins and the VA, as I said, there are some conditions that particularly with like K2 veterans, Red Hill, that could be advanced more quickly.
So what would help better, what would be more helpful? Faster presumptive decisions, clearer transparency on where conditions are in the process, or better access to exposure records so veterans aren't left guessing?
Sir, I would say all three. I think the DOD was the ILR, the individual, I'm forgetting what the acronym stands for, but basically the individual record of exposures to service members while they're on active service that the DOD could track and then give to VA. That was supposed to be made available, I think, a year ago, and we're still waiting on that. There are definitely things that could improve in that process.
Well, thank you. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. I always like it when my colleagues ask for people that are from California or whatever state. I'd like to know if we've got anybody here that either is from North Carolina or spent a little quality time there in your past. If you'll please raise your hand. There you go. First off, an explanation on the BOLO. The Lumbee tribe in North Carolina got recognized, excuse me, after 137 years of racism, neglect, and more recently at the target of the casino cartels. The reason I wear this today is because they have disproportionately in spite of all those challenges, they are among some of the most courageous and disproportionately represented people in armed services in the state of North Carolina. So I'm looking forward to them, now that they've been federally recognized, putting a mark in Lumbee and Robeson County focused on veterans and all those great Native Americans that have served this country in the same way that you did. Thank you for your service. You know, as I was looking at the written testimony of my staff this week, I was trying to think of what I can do in my remaining time here. It's 305 days. Now, some people think I'm counting the days before I'm out of here, but I'm a project person, and I am always mindful of how much time I have left in my budget. So as a U.S. Senator, I've got 305 days to do everything I can to help you guys. One of the ways I want to help you is by having a frank conversation about how we address all the things the commander has outlined, but not kill you with kindness. Because what we do here a lot of times is we rush to pass a bill, and we get it, and we high-five, and then about a year later, we come back and figure out why it's failed to be executed properly. And quite honestly, I'll give you the best example of that. You all know that I voted, in spite of being an original co-sponsor, and in spite of having the TEAM Act and the Camp Lejeune Toxics being written out of my office and promoted, I voted against the PACT Act. And the reason I voted against the PACT Act, even knowing that it was going to pass by overwhelming majorities, is because I thought we were going to come up short on the execution. And that, by God, is exactly what's happened. So one of the things that I hope to do in my remaining time here, and my time is short on these comments, is to try and convene a meeting to figure out how we can get to all these priorities, past and future, Mr. Commander, but do it in a way that's honest, that's instructed by the reality of resources that we have here to make sure that we can have maximum impact on you all, and not only kind of fulfill the promise by passing a law, but true to the state motto of North Carolina, it's esse quam videre. It says to be rather than to seem. Instead of seeming to support you all by passing bills that get caught up in execution, I want to be somebody that helps you do that in the remaining tenure, in my remaining tenure in the Senate. So you'll be getting a call from me, and we'll get other veteran services organizations together, and we're going to figure out how to make the most out of the 305 days I have left to begin to make an installment on a debt we'll never repay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Tillerson. I will tell you, me and my staff are more than happy to contact with your staff and work together to accomplish just that.
Thank you.
Senator Tillis, thank you. Representative Pappas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Commander, thank you so much for your testimony here today. And I want to thank everyone from the American Legion family who's joining this hearing. Thank you for your service and sacrifice. It doesn't go unnoticed by Congress, and we certainly owe you all a debt and have to work to repay that. And I think you've given us an important roadmap of how we can pursue our obligations to the veteran community in our nation. Thank you for highlighting veteran suicide as your #1 priority. It is on the minds of every veteran I talk to in the state of New Hampshire. And a shout out to all those from the Live Free or Die state of New Hampshire who are joining this hearing today. I want you to know that this is important, and we need to focus on the kinds of alternative therapies that can help veterans manage pain and ensure that they are living with a high quality of life. We've got legislation called the No Pain for Veterans Act that can help reduce reliance on opioid-based treatments for veterans. And I'm just wondering if you can kind of evaluate how we're doing at opening up the doors to some of these alternative therapies that can result in a better quality of life and less reliance on opioid-based medications.
Thank you, Representative Pappas. I appreciate that question. It's no secret that far too long doctors have prescribed opioids which are destructive and addictive to our veterans. And the American Legion by resolution supports alternative therapies, which is one of the reasons why we were proud to be in the Oval Office on December the 18th when the President signed the executive order reclassifying cannabis from a Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. There's a lot of other therapies that we believe would be productive for veterans, and I'm going to ask, again, our VA&R Director, Cole Lyle, to address those.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you, Congressman. The No Pain for Veterans Act, right now, the VA still treats many of these non-opioid pain management things, so long-lasting topical pain cream, things like that, non-opioid injectables as non-formulary, so it makes it harder for physicians to prescribe. They have got to go through extra, red tape to do it, and it often costs more to the veteran out of pocket. So the bill and why it would fix that problem is it would mandate that VA add these non-opioid alternatives as VA formulary to make it easier for those prescribers or for those providers to prescribe alternatives, which, as the commander noted, obviously we had an opioid crisis in the United States. As the VA and other agencies have worked to kind of lower that or reduce the impact of that on the population, veterans still have to find a way to deal with things like chronic pain. So without alternatives, they turn to self-medication and things like that. This would provide realistic alternatives.
Well, I appreciate those observations. We're committed to working with you on this and on all the other priorities on the list. We've got to make some progress here. So let's get things moving. Your presence here in Washington is a big show of support for priorities that are going to positively impact the lives of veterans and their families all across our country. So thanks for being here, and let's keep up the pressure. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman. Representative King-Hines.
First of all, I want to say thank you for your advocacy and your leadership, and I want to thank all the members of the American Legions for being here and for your continued work to be able to get Congress to move on some of these priority legislation. I appreciate all the hard work. I read your testimony, and I appreciate the clarity and the urgency in the testimony that you've submitted. One of the things that I want to get a better understanding of after reviewing your testimony is, from the priorities that you have outlined, what do you believe is the single biggest systematic failure in how we currently deliver benefits to veterans, and what specific legislative action should we be prioritizing to address it?
Thank you, Representative King-Hines. I'm going to ask again our VA&R Director, Cole Lyle, to address that question.
Thank you, Commander. I think if we're going to talk specifics in the benefits process, it's the high rate of remands from the Board of Veterans Appeals, and that is directly resulted from the quality of C&P exams in that process. The VA largely utilizes contractors to conduct those C&P exams, and there is fairly consistent in our regional office action review site visits. We find inadequate DBQs that are submitted for C&P exams that result in appeals, delays, things like that. So I would say that's the biggest
point of failure.
And there are several bills to include the MDEO. I'm forgetting on what the specific bill number is off the top of my head, but to improve the oversight of those contractors and ensure there's quality in those C&P exams.
Okay. Where do you see is the widest gap then between some of these legislation that have been enacted, going back to the point that Senator Tillis was making, right, with regards to the delivery? Is it, in terms of connecting legislation and the actual delivery and the way that the VA currently does its job?
It's a great question. From a 30,000-foot view perspective, I would say really education and advocacy, and educating veterans, many of whom often feel like that if they apply for disability compensation, they're going to be taking something away from another veteran. So I would say, from a top-level view, that's the biggest thing between legislation and actual delivery of benefits, is educating veterans.
Well, I'd like to continue working with the American Legions to figure out how to actually address those systematic failures. Thank you. I yield my time.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and to you and Chairman Bost and our ranking members, Blumenthal and Takano. Thank you for this hearing, and to everyone here today, to Commander Wiley and everyone from the American Legion, including the Granite Staters who are in attendance. Thank you for your service. I also just want to note that as the country is at war, our troops in harm's way are in all of our hearts today, as are the families of our fallen heroes. Our country owes all of you a debt of gratitude, not just for your service in uniform, but also for your service to your fellow veterans. Commander Wiley, I wanted to start with a question about how we are handling services for women who are, of course, the fastest growing group of veterans. They obviously deserve easy access to care that is specific to them and their needs. Senator Blackburn and I are working on this issue, and we're going to introduce a bill soon that would codify the ability of women veterans to directly schedule gender-specific care without having to get a primary care referral first. But we know we need to do more. Commander, what else can Congress do to ensure that women veterans have easy, reliable access to the care that meets their specific needs?
I think a couple of things that they can do specifically, as I suggested or saw in one of the VA hospital visits, it's having a separate access for women's veterans. It's also having a sufficient number of doctors that can treat women's veterans. You know, 20 years ago, you would never have heard of an OBGYN in a VA.
Right.
And you know, we have obviously veterans that are having babies.
Yeah.
And we need more women physicians and more of those types that treat women's veterans. So those are the big things we can do right off the bat, I think, to help women's veterans.
Well, thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you and your members on that issue. Another question concerning families of veterans. It's not just to care for our veterans. We also owe a debt to their families, right? And after a veteran passes, surviving family members may encounter financial strains. Some can qualify for monthly payments under dependency and indemnity compensation, but those payments can be much smaller than what a veteran was receiving for VA disability. Commander, what are some potential options that Congress should consider to help these families through this adjustment period so that they don't have to immediately worry about money while they're grieving for their loved one?
Thank you again, Senator Hassan. I agree with you 100% on the premise, and I'm going to ask our VA&R Director Cole Lyle to address that specifically.
Thank you. Oh, excuse me. Thank you, Commander, and thank you, Senator. I think the American Legion has supported the Caring for Survivors Act and the Love Lives On Act, specifically to raise the DIC, the Disability Indemnity Compensation, because as you pointed out, while their service member is alive, they rely on a certain level of income for their quality of life and standard of living. And when it gets significantly reduced, that's a pretty big financial shock.
Sure. Thank you very much. I yield.
Senator Sheehy.
We are veterans, not victims. Veterans, not victims. And we're not entitled to anything. We've earned the benefits that we deserve, and we deserve those benefits in the form that they should come. And I think the best thing we can do for our veterans when we get home from war, and I'll talk to Mr. Sharp at Espinoza about this, is make sure that they can serve again. And that can be as a law enforcement officer, that can be as a firefighter, that can be as a small business owner, a machinist, a welder. Right now, America has a skills gap. We don't have enough pilots, police officers, firefighters, welders, electricians, and these careers are actually well suited for veterans. Probably the best careers for veterans, even is agriculture. We don't have enough producers, ranchers, and farmers, and we're not afraid of getting up early and work until the sun goes down. And these jobs are important for the future of America. They sustain our economy and they feed our nation. So, Mr. Sharp and Espinoza, I'd like to hear from you what you think we can do to make sure that when our veterans come home and take that uniform off, they don't spend the rest of their life talking about how great it was to be a veteran. They spend the rest of their life achieving new great heights as veterans and make us proud yet again.
Thank you for that question. The American Legion has always supported the expansion of the TAP program. We believe TAP programs should be a way for veterans to find employment, possible employment, and also be gainfully employed. Currently, not all our veterans are aware of the various services that are out there for veterans as far as finding employment. So the American Legion has, for our resolution, we believe that there should be a transition app with an AI component to it to put all veterans that are leaving the military on a level playing field, because depending on what installation that you're leaving from, it may not have all the services for everyone. So we believe that transition app is the one thing that will level the playing field, keep veterans informed of all the services and programs that the TAP office currently has, but also keep an eye on what's happening in the private sector as well. Thank you.
Well, I'd say one thing I could use all of your help with is one of the requirements to receive your DD-214 upon discharge should be a full transfer of your health records to the VA. A VA disability physical has been completed and you are ingested into the VA before the DoD lets go of you. That would solve this chasm that too many veterans fall into, which is they step off active duty and they spend months or years or the rest of their lives trying to get into the VA, trying to get their disability claims adjudicated. That should be a condition of discharge. And I think the sooner we adopt a clean transfer of health records and health status from the DO to the VA, we'll solve that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sheehy. Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to throw shade at you guys, but you were talking about Boy State. I was governor of American Legion Boy State. Now, the tricky part is the Boy State was Virginia, and later I was elected governor of Maine, and the people of Maine are still trying to figure that out. But, and also, I want to congratulate you on Matt Jabot being your legislative director, but it's pretty sneaky because he lives a mile away from me. Having your chief legislative guy as my neighbor, I think that's, you know, come on, man. I want to follow up on Senator Sheehy. There's a bill we're hoping to get in markup that would allow and in fact mandate the registration of people into the VA health system before they leave active duty. So I hope that's something we can work on together because I think that's a really good idea. One of the things I've been focused on since I've been here is transition. My rule is very simple. The government should spend as much money, time, and effort on transition out as they do on recruiting in. And they don't do that now. So I hope that's something we can work together on. TAP promotion, I think, we almost made it last year, giving the VSOs access to people during the TAP process. The whole idea is to give people leaving active duty more information about what's available. You're nodding. I hope you agree, Mr. Commander.
Senator King, thank you. We absolutely agree with you. To have the VSOs to have access will make that transition in the community much easier because we can provide them the information necessary so they can make that transition into the community.
There's something else that I'm working on in the area of veteran suicide, which is one of the great tragedies of this country, is for the VA to provide free lock boxes for firearms to any veteran. 75% of veteran suicides, almost 75%, are with firearms. And as we've learned, the data shows that if there's any gap between the idea and execution, self-execution, that can be a real help to somebody who's thinking about this terrible act. So I hope that's something you can also help us with. It's based on a pilot program in Utah that's been very effective. We're not taking any names. This isn't gun control. This is safety for veterans. So I hope you can help us on that one.
Senator King, we absolutely support that.
And then finally, staffing issues at the VA. We all know that the VA has lost a lot of people in the last year. The number, I've heard 30,000, I've heard more. What I want from you is reports from the field as to whether or not that's having an impact on service for veterans. We've gotten the word from the VA. They feel, the secretary, you heard him the other day, everything's good and wait times are down. But I'd like some feedback from people in the field as to whether that's the case, because you're the ones that are actually experiencing this, and we're looking to fix problems here, but we can't fix the problems if we don't know what they are. So I look forward to working with you on that as well. And thank you very much for your leadership, and look forward to continuing our work together on behalf of America's veterans. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Governor, thank you for your questions. Senator Bozeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. Thank you for being here. Thank all of you for being here. In the last several years, Congress has been able to step forward, and again, as somebody whose dad did 20 years, I understand that these are, as Senator Sheehy just said, these are certainly earned benefits, and we've been able to accomplish a lot, but the only reason we've been able to accomplish it is because of you all. And so there's nothing more heartwarming to sit here and look out and see a full chamber, people on the wall. That's a good thing. There's no substitute for you being here, talking to the people that are representing you, telling them how important these things are and why they're needed. And because of your help, like I say, we've been able to do a lot of good things and continue to do that in a very bipartisan way. That's really what it's all about. So the VA recently released its annual Veteran Suicide Prevention Report with the date through 2023. It shows that veteran suicide crisis, as you all know, is continuing to rage. The report highlighted the success of the Staff Sergeant Fox grant program, making more than 24,000 referrals and 854 life-saving emergency service connections for veterans. Mr. Wiley, what have you heard from your members regarding the program and aspects that need to be changed or improved?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question. I think there are several things that can be done with regard to the epidemic of veteran suicide. And as you know, this is our #1 mission in eliminating the stigma, but more resources, #1, are needed for mental health. We need more resources for things to combat homelessness, like the HUD-VASH program, and we need basically, I lost my train of thought. I apologize. So I'm going to ask Cole Lyle to elaborate on that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. And
you're just trying to make me feel better. That happens to me more often than not.
Thank you, Senator Bozeman. I think the success of the Staff Sergeant Parker Gordon Fox grant program over the years, we've seen the VA move closer and closer to the community, from medical centers to CBOCs to vet centers, and now things like the Fox grant program that are not VA organizations, but leverage VA funding to provide that outreach to veterans, which is crucial because less than 50% of veterans use the VA. The number of veteran suicides with the declining population has stayed stagnant, so the rate of suicide, if you look at the data, has actually increased. Right. And these types of programs are local programs that veterans trust, that are in their community, that provide that outreach and deal with the upstream factors of suicide, like transportation, relationship issues, acute financial stress, any number of different things. So we want to get to the veteran before there's a critical mass of despair, and programs like that are really helpful.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here, and the fact that you're pushing hard, and together we're getting a lot done.
Senator Bozeman, thank you. Senator Murray, former chairman of the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all of you who are here today and everyone in this country who has served our nation. We all owe you, and we all say this, a debt of gratitude for your service, but it is more than that. We owe you to keep the promise that when you come home, we will be there for you in any way, both to the current veterans and to the ones who we will see in the future. I think it's really important today, Mr. Chairman, and this has kind of been glossed over, this point of time that we are in, where we have a president who's taking us to war in Iran, who seems to have no problem sending other kids off to a war, but seems to have a problem in picking up the tab when it comes right by doing our service members when they come home. With a VA right now that has waiting lines, that veterans can't get served, that we see doctors and nurses who are not being hired, and no thought has been given to that. What we hear from Trump is that he's saying that this bombing campaign in Iran could go on indefinitely. He's saying the death of our service members in a war of choice is, quote, and he said this just the way it is. He's saying he won't rule out putting American boots on the ground in Iran. I think it is very serious time for our country. I've served on this committee for more than 30 years. I know the consequences of war, as each and every one of you does in front of me. And to go to war without preparing for the future and making sure that we are there for the men and women who serve us, and we thank them for that, but when they come home as well. And Mr. Chairman, we are not ready for that today. This has to be a consequence that we consider for numerous reasons. I'm going to be using my voice today to vote no on the war in Iran. But it is the responsibility of this committee and every member of Congress to think about all the consequences of war and take that into account and hold this administration accountable and make that clear when we make our choices moving forward. I felt it was really important to say that today with all of you who have served our country and know what those sacrifices mean. So, Mr. Chairman, I only have a few seconds left, and with that, I want to change the subject and thank you, Commander Wiley, for saying the word menopause. Having been on this committee for more than 30 years, this is the first time I've heard it, and I think I counted 4 times. For our women who serve us in this country, we know that they experience early menopause after having served in the military more than women in the general population. We need to know why, and we need to be able to make sure that we are doing the right thing for those women. So I did introduce a bill last year for the VA to do more research on that. That, along with all the other things that you were talking about today, have as serious a consequence today as we are in this time where a president has taken us to war in Iran without congressional consent as any other time. And I want to thank every one of you for being here. And my promise to all of you is I will fight to make sure, no matter what goes forward, that this committee and this Congress will do for our veterans who serve us the right thing when they come home. And we have to take that cost and into account as we make these decisions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Murray, thank you. Senator Murray, thank you. Now I recognize Mr. McGarvey.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for your continued service to our country. Mr. Wiley, thank you guys. The American Legion, you all have spent generations making sure that our veterans are taken care of when they come home, that they continue to have meaningful lives after their service. And I know everyone on this committee shares that same goal of making sure that we get our veterans the care that they have been promised, that they have earned, and that they deserve. I think one area where the VA could be doing much more right now is getting innovative ideas off the ground. You heard Senator Murray talk about the need for research, particularly among our women veterans right now. Look what the VA has at its disposal. It's the largest patient population of any hospital system in the country by multiples, 9 million patients. We have the largest longitudinal data set of any health system in the country by multiples. Again, think about it. We get you oftentimes when you're 17 or 18 years old. We keep you till the day you die. 75% of physicians do some sort of training or work in the VA right now. And what are we doing with this treasure trove of talent and information? Not enough. Not nearly enough. Right now, even really good ideas can sit around for years before veterans are able to see them because the VA doesn't have the tools or the flexibility that other agencies use. We have this stuff there, but we have structural impediments to it. At places like the Department of Defense and NASA, they can partner quickly with early stage companies that guarantee a market for promising technologies, and they can move these good ideas and these research things from concept to real world use without getting buried in red tape. The VA doesn't have those same authorities. And the veterans are the people who feel the impact of that delay and that bureaucracy every day. It doesn't have to be this way. We can empower the innovation team at the VHA to conceive and test new solutions that go after the hardest problems that our veterans face. And think about this. We solve these problems for our veterans. We can start solving them for everyone in the country. So, I want to go to you, Mr. Wiley, and just say if the VA had flexibility and authorities to test and scale these types of new care models quickly, What kinds of innovative programs would you want them to prioritize first to better meet the needs of your members?
Thank you for that question. And absolutely, we're always looking for different methods of treatment to treat our veterans that might be more successful than those have been in the past, because we believe that is one of the main ways to combat the epidemic of veteran suicide. But with regard to the specifics, again, I'm going to ask our VA and our Director Cole Lyle to address that.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you, Congressman. I think you know, some basic programs like digital matching tools. I think there's a pilot program for identifying substitute caregivers that could be directly expanded and utilized nationally, so caregivers could have trusted resources for substitutes to come and care for their service member. Hybrid in-person telehealth type things where there is a remote monitoring with the wearables and home sensors. So for rural veterans that have to travel long distances for chronic pain management and things like that, they only have in-home visits for severe cases, or in-hospital visits for severe issues that are not routine, and they can do telehealth appointments for things that are pretty routine. So it would reduce readmittance rates, wait times, things like that the VA could utilize, pilot, and expand rapidly if they had those authorities.
Thank you so much. I'm out of time, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I tell you, I always knew I liked Senator King because it turns out I was Boy State Governor as well in New Jersey in 1980. I haven't gone on to become a governor, but it certainly was a very impactful time of my life that certainly has paved my way to going into elected office. Thank you, Commander Wiley, for your testimony, and thank you to the American Legion and this panel for your advocacy and leadership. I wanted to take this time to shout out to my local American Legion post, of which I'm a member, Slade Valentine Post in Burlington City, 336. Where are you guys? I think they're here, but New Jersey folks, there you are. Happy you're here with us in the audience as well. As a physician and veteran, I have been extremely disappointed with the VA's decision to shrink its medical workforce. We all know that in order for the VA to continue to provide quality care, it must be fully staffed. Just yesterday, the VA reported 1,500 vacancies among its physician workforce, and 4,900 vacancies with respect to RNs in the VA. Our veterans depend on these medical professionals. Quality care depends on a quality, fully staffed workforce. What would you say the biggest barriers, and particularly given your emphasis, rightly, on mental health services for veterans? And here, I want to thank Senator King, who's working with us on trying to get telehealth services and a pilot to veterans who are incarcerated, and also for his effort, and he's mentioned it here today, to lift the cap so that we can help the VA recruit more physicians into the service. But what would you say are the biggest barriers to veterans trying to access mental health services within the VA?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. And I'm going to ask our VA and our Director Cole Lyle to address that question.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you, Congressman. I think obviously outreach is a huge thing. The VA's budget for mental health and suicide prevention outreach, I think, is hovering around $600 million right now, which sounds like a large number. A big portion of that is going to the Fox Grant program, advertising, things like that. And that represents less than 1/10 of 1% of VA's overall budget. So outreach could definitely improve. I think utilizing VSOs, things like the Fox Grant program, making it easier for local and state level organizations to access those funds and expand those funds, permanently authorize the program, would be very helpful.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Schley.
All right, you're almost done, I think.
I'm Senator Alyssa Slotkin from Michigan. I'm a former CIA officer. I did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. And I want to associate myself with Senator Sheehy's comments, but particularly mention a piece of legislation he and I are working on making sure that the GI Bill gives the same benefits for a veteran choosing an apprenticeship versus going into education of some kind. Right now, you get dinged every 6 months if you're in an apprenticeship and your benefit just doesn't go as far. We've talked to the Legion about this. I think we're on the same page. But I just want to put a marker down that at a time when our country needs, again, so many specific career types, a lot of those career types that Senator Sheehy mentioned, especially skilled trades, are apprenticeships, and you shouldn't be dinged because you want to go into a successful career in the trades versus going to a 4-year university. So I just wanted to put that marker down. But as a part of this kind of post 9/11 generation, I want to raise a separate issue, and if not get an answer, get this community thinking about this. Artificial intelligence in deciding what our benefits that our veterans get or don't get. There's a lot of discussion about bringing artificial intelligence into the VA. I'm working on legislation right now debating this, and there's lots of pilot programs being looked at. What I am concerned about is that before we hardly know what's happening, we're going to let software decide if a veteran gets a benefit or not. And I got a problem with that. And we understand that AI can do amazing things and can amalgamate data and figure out if a veteran's got all their paperwork in. But does the Legion have thinking on this? Who's the thought leader that's trying to help our veterans organizations think through this new hot issue that is coming to a theater near us?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question. And let me give you an example of a recent visit I had to a regional office and explain, in my mind, how artificial intelligence can be productive. What they do is use artificial intelligence for administrative tasks, such as organizing records and putting those all together for a reviewer or rater. What should not happen, and what we cannot allow happen, is for artificial intelligence to substitute for judgment.
Right.
Judgment has to be a human being that can review all of the evidence and make an independent determination using everything they know. Artificial intelligence is not a replacement for that.
Yeah, so thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I just think this is an issue we're going to have to deal with as a committee, both chairmans here and ranking members, of just how much power are we going to give to AI to decide if a veteran gets reimbursed for something, if a veteran qualifies for something. I just think we're moving very fast, and there's some real benefits, I know, but a human being needs to be in the decision tree before we start making life and death decisions for veterans. So appreciate everyone's work here, and thank you. I yield back.
Senator, thank you. Representative Chicano has an additional question I'm going to allow him to ask, and then we're going to turn to the senator, and then we're going to conclude this panel. There's a vote that started in the Senate, and we'll have a change to our second panel during that vote. Senator? Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the New York Times article yesterday, I wanted to quickly ask a question about staffing. Veterans care doesn't happen without staff. And Commander, are you hearing from Legionnaires about appointments being pushed out or services getting harder to access?
Anecdotally, the answer is yes.
So anecdotally, for the Legionnaires here today, I just want to, by a show of hands, are you experiencing delayed care or longer wait time because a clinic, a CBOC, didn't have enough staff? Just raise your hand by show of hands. All right, so a number of hands have been raised. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, welcome to the many Hoosier Legionnaires who are in the audience. Very proud to be your senator. I am a member of the American Legion Post 98 in my hometown, Columbia City, Indiana. I'm very proud of it. Our veterans count on the American Legion and all of our great veteran service organizations to advocate for the very best possible health care, education, and disability benefits for our veterans every day. And I want to thank all of you for the important work that you do. Commander Wiley, I strongly agree that veterans deserve a claims and appeals system that is simple, efficient, and worthy of their service. I appreciate the Legion's support for my Veterans Appeals Efficiency Act that I've introduced. Can you talk about we worked with you on it. Can you talk about the bill and why it would be helpful?
Thank you, Senator Banks. And it is something that's important to us, and I'm going to ask our VA and our Director Colau to specifically address that.
Thank you, Commander, and thank you, Senator. The act you cited is a great idea. There's a lot of specific provisions in there, reporting requirements from the VA, making the process more transparent. I know there's been concerns in the veteran community about aggregation of data. I think there, obviously, as mentioned earlier, there's a high remand rate from the court. Aggregation, particularly for presumptive conditions, could be a good thing if granted. I understand we've had conversations with your office about an opt-out if they choose not to, because one of the big concerns would be the veteran losing their individual POA, and that would be particularly difficult to deal with if it was an aggregated claim that got denied. It would just kind of clutter the system. So if we could work with your office on improving the language for the bill, just discussing some of the concerns and make it more effective if passed.
I'm glad to work with you on that. Thank you for that explanation. Commander, the VA's legal authority to care for homeless veterans expired during the government shutdown last fall. We can never let that happen again, and I'm introducing legislation to make the Health Care for Homeless Veterans program permanent so that it can't shut down during a shutdown. Can I count on the Legion's support to help pass that bill?
Yes.
Very good. All right, well, thank you. Thank you for that. Again, thank you for all that you do, each and every one of you in the room, and your leadership. I'm a big fan of the American Legion. I'm proud to be a member. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Banks, thank you very much. National Commander, thank you for you and your team's testimony. Use a moment to recognize National Commander of the Sons of the American Legion. I'm a member of the Sons of the American Legion, and use this as an opportunity to indicate to others like me that there's an opportunity to serve veterans and to be a part of the American Legion program. With that, we close out this panel and transition to our second panel. Again, Commander Wiley, thank you. I'll see you in Kansas at some point in time, but thank you to your entire team of American Legion advocates and workers on behalf of our nation's veterans and their families. We'll take a brief recess to allow the American Legion panel and the audience members to depart, and our second panel organizations and members to get situated. We are pausing. Thank you.
and then speak. See what you got.
Testing, testing.
Perfect.
Welcome, everybody. You can take your seats. We'll get started. Welcome to our second panel of witnesses and audience members. Thanks for being here today. In our second panel today, we have Mr. Robert Thomas, National President for Paralyzed Veterans of America, Mr. Paul Shipley, National Commander for AMVETS, Mr. Terry Prince, President for National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs. You have a pretty good contingent here, Terry. Lieutenant General Walter Piet, is that correct? Piet, there you go. Chief Executive Officer for Wounded Warrior Project. Thanks for being here. Miss Anita Sullivan, surviving spouse of Navy Petty Officer 3rd Class Michael Sullivan, testifying for Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors. Major General Frank McGinn, President for National Guard Association of the United States, and Mr. Jim Whaley, Chief Executive Officer for Mission Roll Call. Thank you all again for being here and for your organization's hard work, dedication. You provide tremendous value to our committee. So we'll start now. Mr. Thomas, you are recognized for 5 minutes, and we'll just go down the line.
Chairman Moran, Chairman Boston, members of the committees, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on behalf of the tens of thousands of veterans with spinal cord injuries and disorders who rely on VA's benefits and care. The VA is the best health care provider for veterans with catastrophic disabilities. The Department's Spinal Cord Injuries and Disorders System of Care provides a coordinated lifelong continuum of services. There is no comparable private system of care in this community. Thus, preserving and strengthening VA's specialty care system remains PVA's highest priority, and it should be for you too. When I appeared before these committees last year, I spoke about the ways that ongoing staffing deficiencies and infrastructure problems were undermining not just VA's SCI system of care, but VA's specialized services in general. Not much has changed since then, and it is frustrating to have to bring up this year after year without resolution. Unfortunately, the The previous administration's practice of simply eliminating unfilled positions continues. This is extremely concerning because it presents the illusion that staffing levels are better than they really are. And I must call a foul on this, because at the same time positions are being eliminated, it can be difficult to fill them due to the staffing caps and funding limitations. I urge you to continue to press the VA for answers regarding how it plans to care for the tens of thousands of veterans with SCID who are on its registries and depend on the VA for quality, timely, direct care. This cannot be allowed to continue for another year. Access to lifelong services and supports continue to be crucial for PBA's members. We are very appreciative of Congress's passage of the Senator Elizabeth Dole Act. VA says the Veterans Directed Care Program is now available at all major facilities, but the feedback we have suggests some programs exist in name only or serve few veterans. Congress must ensure that the Elizabeth Dole Act's provisions are carried out as intended. Another important aspect of lifelong support is VA's bowel and bladder program. For veterans with SCIDs, support for neurogenic bowel and bladder dysfunction is a crucial aspect of their care. Unfortunately, VA's current bowel and bladder program is fraught with challenges for caregivers. Timely reimbursement and the tax treatment of payments are the two chief complaints I hear. Codifying the program would provide the opportunity to fix many of these problems. I thank Chairman Moran for his bill, the Disabled Veterans Dignity Act, which would help to address these issues. We also appreciate the interest from the House in introducing a similar bill that includes provisions addressing the taxability issue. Another area of concern is transportation to VA care. We are very concerned about new VA guidance that ends facility prepayment of round-trip common carrier airfare for veterans traveling to VA SCID facilities. This change requires veterans to arrange and pay for travel up front and seek reimbursement after their appointments, effectively preventing many from receiving necessary care. We appreciate that the VA is attempting to figure out a solution to this problem and call on Congress to provide VA any resources, including clear statutory authority, to ensure veterans can access specialty care. Finally, special monthly compensation is arguably the most important ancillary benefit for veterans with severe service-connected disabilities. Given the extreme nature of the disabilities incurred by most veterans in receipt of SMC, we do not believe that the impact on the quality of life can be totally compensated for. However, SMC does at least provide these veterans a final financial resource to help accommodate their individual needs. In similar fashion, survivor benefits are intended to protect veterans' families from impoverishment after the death of a service-disabled veteran. Unfortunately, they don't always do that. And many survivors who, in many cases, were once caregivers face a financial cliff. Congress established the baseline rates for these programs decades ago. They must be updated now. We urge Congress to quickly pass the Sherry Breeley and Eric Edmondson's Veterans Benefit Expansion Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'd like everybody to pull your microphone just a little closer. You got people in the back. Make sure that you speak into it, because we're a government entity. We don't run real well up here, so as y'all well know. Mr. Shipley from American Vets, you got 5 minutes.
Chairman Bost, Chairman Moran, Ranking Members Takano and Blumenthal, and distinguished members of the committees. On behalf of AMVETS, thank you for the opportunity to present our legislative priorities and for your continued commitment to the men and women who have served our country. AMVETS represents more than 20 million veterans from every era of service, including active duty, National Guard, Reserve, and those who have transitioned to civilian life. This past year marks a new chapter for our organization. After more than 80 years in the National Capital Region, we relocated our national headquarters to Washington, Pennsylvania, where we also established the AMVETS Family Services Center. This 35,000 square foot facility will serve our homeless veterans and their families. Our veterans will be able to remain with their spouses and children while they secure employment, permanent housing, and long-term stability. Through the center, we administer Department of Labor Homeless Veterans Reintegration Program grants in Salt Lake City, Utah, and Phoenix, Arizona, along with workforce programs and veteran stand-downs across the nation. These efforts reflect what experience has taught us. Housing, employment, mental wellness, and family stability are interconnected. Effective policy must reflect that reality. Mental wellness and suicide prevention remain our top legislative priority. Despite significant federal investment, suicide continues to take an unacceptable toll on the veteran community. We have seen strong, evidence-driven results from community-based efforts supported by the Staff Sergeant Fox Grant Program, which often reach veterans for whom traditional care has not worked. As Congress considers reauthorizing the Fox grants, we urge expanding proven models and continuing to focus on measurable outcomes. Our current approach spends billions while delivering minimal improvement in reducing symptoms and suicide. After 2.5 decades following 9/11 and more than 140,000 veteran deaths, the time has come to invest in programs where outcomes are front and center. Congress and the VA must embrace a proactive, outcome-driven approach and move beyond an expensive, reactive system that is not working for the vast majority of veterans. Wellness interventions must begin earlier and be embedded throughout a service member's career. The real antidote to suicide is not slogans or billboards telling veterans to seek help. It is ensuring that the men and women who serve are equipped with the tools to build meaningful lives and know where to turn when times become difficult. A similar forward-looking approach is needed in the treatment of traumatic brain injury. Since 2000, more than 500,000 service members have been diagnosed with TBI. Many face lasting cognitive and emotional effects that disrupt employment, relationships, and overall health. Legislation such as the Beacon Act and the Veterans TBI Adaptive Care Opportunities Nationwide Act would allow the VA to evaluate and expand innovative patient-centered therapies. We are also thankful to Chairman Moran's leadership on the Precision Brain Health Research Act of 2025, which would help broaden our understanding of the impacts of repetitive low-level blast injuries on veterans' mental health. Veterans deserve care that evolves with science and focuses on meaningful recovery. We must also honor our commitments to surviving families. Dependency and indemnity compensation has not kept pace with the comparable federal survivor benefits. Modernizing DIC through the Sherry Briley and Eric Edmondson Veterans Benefit Expansion Act, the Caring for Survivors Act, and the Love Lives On Act is a matter of fairness and dignity for families who have already sacrificed so much. Modernization with the VA is equally essential. A fully interoperable electronic health record between the Department of Defense and the VA reduces duplication, improves patient safety, and ensures continuity of care. As the rollout continues next month, sustained oversight and disciplined execution are necessary for success. Failure is not an option. Fairness also requires passage of the Major Richard Starr Act. For decades, the federal government has reduced military retirement pay simply because a service member was wounded badly enough to receive disability compensation. This has been framed as concurrent receipt, suggesting veterans are double dipping. They are not. Military retirement is earned through years of service. Disability compensation addresses injuries sustained in that service. When the government offsets one against the other, it is taking away retirement that was already earned. Let me be clear. It is time to stop stealing from our service members. Congress needs to immediately end this injustice and pass the Major Richard Starr Act. Finally, AMVETS supports the development of a coordinated national veteran strategy focused on measurable outcomes. This nation invests hundreds of billions of dollars each year in veteran-related programs. Those resources must be expended around clear goals, accountability, and results that improve health, employment, and quality of life. As the men and women who defend our nation are once again placed in harm's way, we depend on this body to ensure that we are cared for when they return home. Our veterans and their families deserve more than promises. They deserve measurable progress in their health, their opportunities, and their quality of life. Thank you for your continued commitment to those who have served. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Next is Mr. Terry Prince.
Ranking Member Takano, great to see you again, visiting LaSalle last year. Senator Tuberville, and ranking members, distinguished members of the committees. My name's Terry Prince. I'm a 31-year veteran of the United States Navy, hospital corpsman, and currently serving as the president of NASDVA, the National Association of State Directors of Veterans Affairs. That crowd in yellow you heard behind me is the distinguished members of 50 secretaries, directors, and commissioners that lead the states, territories, and districts of Columbia Veterans Affairs. Collectively, these veteran leaders make up the membership of NASDVA, and together, they're the second largest provider of veteran services in our nation, second only to the federal VA. These are your government-to-government partners who've worked together since 1946 to serve veterans where they live and work. They should be your first point of contact for constituent issues and ensuring that the nation's 18 million veterans and their families and survivors receive the benefits and services they've earned in order to improve the quality of life and their overall well-being. In our testimony, we covered a lot in our written testimony, a few of important items. One is our state veterans homes that provide more than 50% of the total VA long-term care in 175 operational veterans homes and 30,000 beds. We recommend $600 million to provide priority Group 1 construction projects where the overall cost to fund all of the necessary need to build and maintain our veterans homes is nearly $1.3 billion. On a separate note, the state veterans homes are having to pay for high-cost medications for veterans in their care. This needs to be addressed by passing H.R. 1970 so that VA reimburses our state veterans homes that for medications that exceed 8.5% of the per diem rate, which is what the VA pays to private nursing homes that are contracted by VA to provide health care. The other grant program is the National Cemetery Administration's Veterans Cemetery Grant Program. 124 cemeteries across 47 states. The number far exceeds the amount of funding. The establishment just to cover priority 1 and 2 for establishment and maintenance of cemeteries is in the neighborhood of $220 million, and NASDVA recommends addressing at least these groups for FY27. It was mentioned earlier about VA healthcare, and for the 9 million veterans receiving care, we also recommend they continue to emphasize enrollment, better access, and quality care at the VA, regardless of gender, and whether it's provided by the VA or community care programs, which accounts for nearly 40% of that care and is in all essence, is VA care. On to health records. We support the need for congressional oversight to ensure that the VA modernizes the electronic health record. It's currently costs nearly $16 billion with a projection of over $40 billion, with full deployment not expected until 2031. The American Legion mentioned TAP class. As a military service member, I'm very familiar with this process, and I can tell you that every service member describes it in a different way. What I do know as a corpsman and married to a psychologist, that transition from anything in life, especially the military, is one of the most dangerous periods in a service member's history, especially towards suicide and other things. Our state directors need to be a part of the TAP program and need to be brought in early and often to ensure that these veterans are connected with their state benefits. The Major Richard Starr Act, it's time. This is a wounded veterans tax. NASDVA strongly recommends that this Congress pass this critical legislation for these deserving disabled veterans. Veteran homelessness, we commend what the VA is doing. However, we would like them to expand eligibility to any veteran who's homeless, at risk of homelessness, or receiving assistance through another housing program. And I'm going to close out my testimony with the number one issue that hits home to me and everybody in this room: suicide. Every 11 minutes in America, a family loses a loved one to suicide, and NASDVA believes that the prevention of veteran suicides requires a whole of government engagement with fresh ideas and approaches. Your state directors and Veterans Affairs play a crucial role in suicide prevention by connecting veterans to their earned benefits back home where they live, working with their state and human services and the governor's challenge. We also recommend new treatment modalities to eliminate pharmacological intervention and other issues that don't allow veterans to explore non-traditional methodologies. Your partnership with NASDVA is as important to our veterans as it is to us. It's a promise kept to those who once stood the watch for all of us, and together we can ensure that their service is honored, not just in words, but in action through strong policy, sustainable funding, and unwavering commitment. All of us sincerely respect and appreciate your work to improve the well-being of our nation's veterans, and we're honored to be a part of that noble mission with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Next, we have General Pyatt from Wounded Warrior.
Chairman Moran, Chairman Bost, Ranking Member Blumenthal, and Ranking Member Takano, and distinguished members of the House and Senate Committees on Veterans Affairs. Thank you all for today's hearing and for the honor to join you on behalf of Wounded Warrior Project and the warriors and families we serve. First, all of us at Wounded Warrior Project are deeply saddened by the recent loss of service members, and we stand ready to serve all those impacted by current military operations. 23 years ago, Wounded Warrior Project was founded on a promise to be there no matter what for those who defend our freedom. It is that same promise that grounds the work we do today. Our nation's military remains engaged globally, fighting to keep the world and our nation safe. We should never allow the strategic purpose for war to mask the toll it takes on those asked to fight it. For the dangers our military is asked to face, we cannot accept the warriors simply coming back as the final tally of successful transition out of military service. We must see them fully home, mind, body, and soul. This is not captured in one moment in time, but through a process of hope, healing, and reconnection to a life of renewed purpose. Last week, 125 of our warriors visited many of you, members of Congress. They were honored to tell you their stories and share the living, breathing impact of why your support matters. We discussed 3 priorities with you. The first, a passionate plea to do right by our past, current, and future combat veterans by passing the Major Richard Starr Act this year. Finally, allowing for those who were forced to medically retire due to combat-related injuries to receive the benefits they earned in blood. Second, on ending veteran suicide. In 2023, we lost more than 6,000 veterans to suicide. We must explore advanced treatments for those who are suffering. The time is now to push forward evidence-based solutions like psychedelic-assisted therapies for PTSD, traumatic brain injury, and substance use disorder. We must explore all alternative treatments, coordinate research, expand access to clinical trials, and ultimately make these treatments accessible to all veterans. Third, ending veteran homelessness. VA and supportive communities are making historic progress with nearly 52,000 veterans moving into permanent housing last year. Let's finish the Housing Unhoused Disabled Veterans Act to ensure no veterans' disability compensation is counted against them. Your time spent with these warriors last week and your genuine appreciation for their service touched them deeply and reminded them that their sacrifice is a big reason why our nation remains free. With the continued support of Congress and that of our grateful nation, Wounded Warrior Project will continue to push the boundaries of what is possible as we pursue the path to save 1 million more lives, cure PTSD, end veteran suicide, and end veteran homelessness. Warriors are the foundation of our freedom. They have done and continue to do their part. It is now time to do ours. We must keep the promise and find every warrior everywhere and bring them home, mind, body, and soul. I am honored to be of service to this distinguished committee and for the opportunity to testify. Thank you for helping our nation keep the promise to our veterans, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Anita Sullivan from TAPS. Anita.
Chairman Moran and Bost, ranking members Blumenthal and Takano, and distinguished committee members, thank you for the opportunity to share my family's story. 7 years ago, on February 9th, 2019, I became a widow, a title no one pursues. My husband, the father of our 3 children, Navy Petty Officer 3rd Class Michael Sullivan, died by suicide after faithful service to our nation and decades of physical and mental health battles that plagued him during and after his time in the Navy. Much has changed in the 7 years since he passed, but one thing has not. I am and always will be his widow. No passage of time will change that, not my 55th birthday or becoming someone else's wife. I met Michael in 1999 while he was stationed in Jacksonville, Florida. He was funny and captivating, and we married quickly. But soon he became seriously ill. He was diagnosed with cyclic vomiting syndrome, which landed him in the hospital every 6 weeks like clockwork. When he returned from his last deployment in June of 2003, we welcomed our first child. His physical health had impacted his career and his mental health, and by that July, he officially separated from the Navy. His health worsened, and over the next 16 years, he was hospitalized approximately 35 times. I became the primary breadwinner while caring for our 3 children and becoming Michael's caregiver. I couldn't leave his side during those hospital stays because he wouldn't know where he was, would often rip out IVs, and even try to leave the hospital. On his good days, he coached our kids' baseball teams, volunteered his time to youth activities, was involved in our church, but on his bad days, he truly suffered, and so did we. His suicide in 2019 ended his physical and mental health battles, but it was just the beginning of new challenges for our grieving, traumatized family. I was at a TAPS seminar when I learned that Michael's suicide was deemed service-connected. After going from Michael's 100% VA disability compensation to 0 overnight when he died, we would only have 43% reinstated. Our 8-month process was fast by VA standards. The wait for DIC is financially devastating for many survivors, and the month-to-month stress continues for families, mine included. Raising DIC from 43% to 55% may seem insignificant to some, but for surviving spouses like me who struggled to maintain a career because it always came second to military service and caregiving, it makes a meaningful difference. Passing the Caring for Survivors Act would provide long overdue breathing room and ease financial pressures. Surviving families face drastically reduced income, the lasting impact of career limitations, ongoing therapy costs, and the full responsibility of providing opportunities for our children in single-parent households. As the only living parent of our now 11, 16, and 22-year-old, CHAMP VA health benefits are critical to our family's stability. Under current law, my oldest son will age out of CHAMP VA in just a few months, despite being a full-time college student. Unlike most other health insurance programs, CHAMP VA does not extend to age 26. 7 years after Michael's passing, I am still his widow, and we are still dependent on the benefits he earned to support our family. After a 3-year and counting engagement, I'm still waiting to marry a man that I love, who will never replace him as a husband or father, but cares deeply for the four of us. My youngest child, Sophia, was just 4 when her daddy died. She's growing up without a legal father in her life, which can be confusing for her and her friends as she goes around and is sharing so much of her life with him, but knows that if love lives on, does not pass, she will be almost an adult before she can officially call him her stepdad. John is sitting beside her today, here supporting us both as we advocate for benefits that were earned through service and sacrifice, benefits that dissolve under current law if I remarry before age 55. Marrying John does not mean that we should become his financial responsibility. He's already doing so much, bringing happiness back into our lives, but I will not become his financial burden. When my late husband joined the military, our country made a promise to support his family if anything happened to him. There were no restrictions attached to that commitment. My family's story is one of many. I hope that my voice is loud enough to bring attention to long overdue legislative changes, like finally ending remarriage penalties, treating suicide as a presumptive condition, increasing DIC, and bringing CHAMP VA in line with civilian insurance. Thank you for the opportunity to share my story today.
Thank you. Next, we have General McGlynn of the National Guard Association.
Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, Chairman Bose, Ranking Member Takano, Senator Tuberville, and distinguished members of the committees. On behalf of the National Guard Association of the United States and the 435,000 soldiers and airmen of the Army and Air National Guard, thank you for the opportunity to discuss some important issues affecting today's National Guard. We appreciate your bipartisan support and recognition of the Guard's vital role in our national security. Over the past 2 decades, the National Guard has evolved from a strategic reserve into an operational force. Guard members deploy globally, strengthen alliances through the State Partnership Program, and provide key capabilities to the total force at less than 4% of the defense budget. At home, they remain the nation's first military responder, supporting disaster response, protecting critical infrastructure, and assisting civilian authorities. As missions have expanded, policies have not kept pace. Today, I'll focus on 3 priorities: duty status reform, GI Bill parity, and the development of a reserve component specific track within the Transition Assistance Program. First, duty status reform. As of this week, more than 40,000 Guardsmen are on orders serving at home and abroad. They frequently operate alongside active component forces under identical conditions, yet while their service is equal, compensation and benefits are not. The current system of over 30 duty statuses was created piecemeal over the decades. In fact, 6 additional statuses were created between 1999 and 2013. It's overly complex, confusing for service members, and difficult for states to administer. In the FY16 NDAA, Congress directed the then Department of Defense to submit a duty status reform legislative proposal. While studies and discussions have continued over the years, legislative proposals have not yet advanced. We're grateful to finally have some momentum this year. With bicameral and bipartisan support of Duty Status Reform Act, this bill aligns authorities with how Guard and Reserves are employed today and ensures fair treatment when members are mobilized. The new framework will provide equities in pay and benefits, efficiency in programming and budgeting, and streamlined accessibility to the Guard and Reserves. Duty status reform is our top priority for FY27. We strongly ask for your support of H.R. 6976 and introduction of a Senate companion bill. Next point I want to discuss is GI Bill parity. The post-9/11 GI Bill remains one of the most powerful recruitment and retention tools. It provides those who serve with access to education and the opportunity to build a successful future. However, many periods of Guard and Reserve service still do not qualify for GI Bill benefits. Title 32, including annual training and drill weekends, are left out, which falsely implies lesser value. Each day in uniform should count as a day of service to our country. The benefits earned should reflect that sacrifice. The GI Bill Parity Act corrects this inequity. We thank Chairman Moran, Ranking Member Blumenthal, Congressman Takano, Levin, and Kelly for leading on this issue and request swift passage of S-649 and H.R. 1423. The third and last issue I want to address is the Reserve Component Transition Assistance Program, TRAC. The Transition Assistance Program is critical to preparing service members for civilian life. However, most Guard members return to their civilian employment and normal routine. This presents unique challenges not fully addressed in the traditional TAP model. Guardsmen receive limited counseling tailored to retirement points, TRICARE coverage, GI Bill benefits, and the VA claims process. Transition assistance without these topics is a misuse of time and resources. We are grateful for your support on this issue. The FY25 NDAA directed development of reserve component-specific track. Continued oversight is necessary to ensure that this is tailored to the reserve and not simply a modified active model. We respectfully request updates on this implementation and stand ready to assist. In closing, thank you for your continued leadership and commitment to those who serve. These are not abstract policy concepts. They are tangible issues that affect readiness, retention, and the long-term well-being of the National Guard members and veterans. The National Guard stands ready to meet the nation's needs. In return, our service members ask only for fairness, clarity, and recognition of their service. We look forward to working with you to address these issues and ensure the National Guard service is treated with the equity and respect it deserves. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you, Major General McGinn. Mr. Whaley, you are now recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Bost, Moran, Ranking Members Takano and Blumenthal, and distinguished members of both committees, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. Mission Roll Call represents veterans by doing one thing consistently: listening. We survey veterans, their families, and caregivers nationwide, and we bring that data directly to policymakers so decisions are grounded in lived experiences. Our 2026 priorities come straight from those surveys. Veterans told us 4 issues should guide the work ahead: access to quality health care, support for service-connected injuries, suicide prevention, and housing stability. For veterans, these priorities are connected. When access falters, injuries worsen. When injuries go untreated, mental health risk increases. Without stable housing, even effective care becomes difficult to sustain. First, access to quality health care, both VA and non-VA. Veterans define access by timing, distance, and follow-through. In May 2025, Mission Roll Call surveyed more than 1,200 respondents in all 50 states on the Access Act. 67% said the legislation would improve health care outcomes overall. Among rural veterans, 71% said it would improve timely access. Mental health access is central to this discussion. 60% of veterans told us they are comfortable receiving mental health care from a non-VA provider. 79% said following that allowing veterans to access mental health or substance use care in the community without a VA referral would improve access. Veterans are not voting against the VA. In fact, many we speak to report very positive experiences, but they are asking for options that reduce delays, shorten travel burdens, and help them get care before a problem becomes a crisis. Second, support for service-connected injuries and conditions, including traumatic brain injury. In our 2025 TBI survey to more than 2,500 veterans, family members, and caregivers, 14% reported a TBI diagnosis in their household. Among those seeking TBI-related care, more than 70% said accessing appropriate treatment is somewhat or very difficult. Distance, wait times, and fragmented care remain consistent barriers. Mild to moderate TBI is where we see the greatest gap. Symptoms persist, but care pathways are often unclear, and coordination between VA and non-VA providers remain inconsistent. This is the space the Beacon Act seeks to address. The legislation creates a structured, evidence-based framework to evaluate innovative approaches for veterans with chronic, mild to moderate TBI, with rigorous outcome measurement and independent evaluation. Veterans are not asking for lower standards. They're asking the VA to test promising therapies responsibly, publishing results transparently, and expand access when evidence supports it. This urgency is reinforced by the VA's 2025 suicide report, which shows that suicide rates among VHA users with a TBI diagnosis was nearly 94% higher than those without a TBI. Early intervention in TBI care is not separate from suicide prevention, it is part of it. Third, veterans tell us the current trajectory of veteran suicide is unacceptable. In July 2025, Mission Roll Call surveyed over 2,200 veterans, family members, and caregivers nationwide. 67% of veteran respondents said they have struggled with suicidal thoughts or mental health challenges themselves or know someone who has. Nearly one-third describe access to mental health care as difficult or very difficult. Veterans also told us the barriers are not only clinical, they pointed to isolation, stigma, and loss of purpose in early warning signs. We have come to describe this as working left of clinical, not instead of care, but before crisis, early engagement, more on-ramps to stability, fewer veterans reaching a breaking point before help arrives. Fourth, and lastly, housing stability. Housing is foundational. Without stability at home, treatment adherence, employment, recovery, and family life suffer. Veterans consistently rank housing access and homelessness prevention among their top priorities because instability magnifies every other challenge. Across all our surveys, veterans are asking Congress to do a few consistent things. Expand access where delays persist, strengthen community care pathways, treat TBI and chronic conditions as long-horizon rehabilitation challenges, invest in early suicide prevention strategies, and protect housing stability and as a core element of veteran wellness. None of these priorities replace the VA. They strengthen it by recognizing that veteran wellness is built upstream, long before prescription drugs, an emergency room, or an inpatient bed is involved. Veterans are speaking clearly. We are listening. Mission Roll Call is here to ensure those voices remain central to the work of both these committees. Thank you. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whaley. I will now recognize the former Boy State Governor of Virginia and former Governor of Maine, Senator Angus King, for questions.
That refers to the prior hearing. Sorry about that. General Pitt, one of the provisions that I've been pushing is pre-registering for VA health care before you leave active duty. It's called the Service Member and Veteran Healthcare Connection Act. Is this something the Wounded Warrior Project is interested in?
Thank you, Senator. We are extremely interested in this. I think if we get transition early, we're doing a lot of work ourselves, registering members from Wounded Warrior Project while on active duty. We feel if they're registered before they transition, the higher successful rate we will have during transition. So we appreciate this bill. We fully support.
I appreciate that. And my position on transition is very simple. The government should spend as much money on transition out as they do on recruiting in. Because right now, I think transition, although it's been improved in the last several years, I don't think people realize what a dramatic moment that is in a veteran's life. And suicide rates are higher among people in the first 2 or 3 years. Mr. Whaley, I very much appreciate your comments on TBI. We had a tragic case in Maine, as you may know, several years ago that involved TBI. And I think that's something we have to focus upon. Something I've been looking at is a bill that would have the VA provide free lockboxes for firearms. No lists, this isn't a gun control bill, no names taken, but the data shows that if there's any gap between the idea and carrying out a suicide, that can help. And 75% of veteran suicides take place by firearms. Is that safe storage something that you could support at Mission?
Senator, yes, it is. I think all of us on this panel are concerned about the continuing rise of suicide and our inability to really bring those numbers down. So any effort to reduce those numbers is something all of our members and all veterans and their families can get behind.
Thank you. Mr. Prince, we passed a provision in the defense bill last year that will increase the number of people who are leaving the service whose contact information is shared with your representatives across the country at the state veterans offices. It used to be you had to opt in your paperwork. Now you have to opt out, and we expect that will significantly increase the people whose contact information is made available. I hope that your organization and your members are getting ready for what I suspect will be a very large number of contacts, so that the purpose of this law, which is to have people met at the airport to advise them of their rights and what options are available to them. I don't want those names coming to your offices and sitting in a file somewhere. I hope you'll work with the VSOs to develop a system whereby veterans emerging from service will be able to, you'll reach out to them, not wait for them to reach out to you.
Thank you, Senator, for that very much appreciated comment. Our membership is receiving additional information. We're getting the VA to work even closer with the Department of War, because the sooner we can get in, even while they're on active duty. As a former Master Chief, it was my intention to get to sailors a year or two before they got out of the military and start the conversation then and connect them with service. So you can absolutely count on NASDA to be a player in that and making sure that we're at the front of the line when it comes to getting that information into the hands of our VSOs and our local communities.
Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you, for the work that you're doing on behalf of our veterans. And one final comment. It's about damn time we passed the Richard Starr Act.
Thank you, Senator King. I will now recognize myself for questions. General Piat, what is the urgency on and why Congress should pass the Major Richard Starr Act now?
Because these young warriors have been asked to go to war to defend the freedom of this country. And in the course of that, they were wounded and they spilled blood in foreign countries. The reason we're free is because they serve. And most of them, sadly, are young men and women that are serving, not even close to retirement years. So they have to accept the end of the life they thought they were going to have and embrace a whole different life they didn't think was possible. And we cannot punish them for their sacrifice on combat fields.
I wholeheartedly agree with you, and I'm very moved by your answer. And it needs to happen as soon as possible. It needs to happen this Congress, and this Congress and its leaders need to be held accountable for getting it done. Now, do you agree that this is also about fairness, that ending a wounded veteran's tax, and that Congress should not pay for it by reducing other earned benefits?
I think veterans should get the benefits they earned in combat.
And what about that we shouldn't be asking other veterans to pay for it by reducing their benefits?
I think all veterans deserve the benefits they earned in the course of their service.
And so you would agree with me that the American people and this Congress, that it's part of our obligation to take care of the veterans, not to ask one veterans group to pay for another veterans group's benefits.
We appreciate the service, our support of this committee and getting veterans all their benefits they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sullivan, there's been a lot of discussion over the past several months on disability indemnity compensation. And I read the moving testimony from survivors such as yourself in TAP's written statement about the impact a full DISA benefits increase would have on their lives. Can you give us a quick snapshot of the reason why Congress needs to do this full increase and why it needs to happen now?
Yes, thank you for the question. So our military and veteran survivors currently only receive 43% of what a 100% disabled veteran receives. All other federal survivors currently receive that 55%. So we're asking for parity. That's simply bringing us in line with all other federal programs to bring it that from 43 to 55%, or an additional $454 per month. So our base rate currently, the actual number is $1699.36, and for most of our survivors, myself included, that is the only surviving benefit we receive. So that increase could have a very large impact on our families. And for some of us, it's the difference in providing for families in ways that can include keeping their homes, being able to really do what's necessary to raise grieving children, and to do just critical care for their families. And so this is something that ultimately we believe is fulfilling a commitment to saying that our sacrifice and our loved ones' service is just as important as other federal benefits, federal employees' sacrifice.
I agree with you, and the wait's been long enough, and it is urgent we get it done now. Thank you. I want to now recognize Mr. McGarvey for his 3 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for your service, for continued service here today. And look, I want to echo something that Senator King said earlier. Right now, we have an administration who is coming to us asking for billions upon billions of dollars to send people into war again, but are unwilling to find the money to take care of those who served in those wars prior to this. The money for the Major Richard Starr Act, the money for widows and widowers. Ms. Sullivan, thank you so much for your courage and your testimony, who have sacrificed and served. These are benefits they have earned, they have deserved. We'll keep fighting for them. I want to switch gears a little bit, Mr. Thomas, and come to you. Talk about your testimony. We were talking about how the VA doesn't have enough staff in the spinal cord injury and disorder system of care, that many of the buildings are old, that they're not designed for the care of our veterans that they need right now, and that more than a third of the jobs in these units are unfilled. That means that beds are staying empty even though veterans are waiting for them currently. It's our veterans who feel this neglect every single day. So what should our VA medical centers be doing right now to fill these critical spinal cord injury and disorder positions and keep beds open for the veterans who depend on them?
Well, the VA should prioritize the hiring for the VA, the SCI system of care, as well as the other specialty care system within the VA. Yeah, currently there's no other system out in the community that can take care of the unique needs that you have when you have a spinal cord injury. So they should prioritize hiring that. And also they should, for the infrastructure, they should prioritize some of the projects within the SCID system of care to ensure that they have the most modern equipment to take care of us with our unique needs.
Yeah, and I totally agree. And of course, part of the reason we need to do this is both a legal and a moral promise we have made our veterans. We said, if you come in and you serve us and willing to sacrifice everything for us, we will take care of you. And I think we are falling short of that with this issue. You also described facilities that are decades old, with outdated layouts, with long construction delays. Where do you think Congress needs to focus first to modernize spinal cord injury and disorder facilities so that veterans are receiving care in safe, accessible, and up-to-date spaces?
So currently there's only one long-term care center, west of the Mississippi. And the long-term care, as we all age, and we need to have these long-term care facilities because, again, in the community, there's no nursing homes that could take care of us.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Very quickly, in my remaining time, General, I just want to talk to you. Thank you for highlighting the struggles of mental health that our veterans are still experiencing, particularly post 9/11. Quickly, where should we focus first if we want veterans to have timely access to effective mental health treatments through the VA, not just in private sector?
First, I would say residential rehabilitation treatment programs. We need more beds. We need more states to have them. And second, I would say pursue alternative medication. Do the research, get the trials going. We're seeing real promise here. Warriors should not have to travel to other countries to get the treatment that they think works. They should get it here. We're the best country in the world for medical care. That's where I start.
Thank you so much. I agree with you on that, General. Appreciate you bringing it up. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGarvey. Now I recognize Dr. Morrison for questions.
Thank you, Ranking Member Takano, and thanks to Chairman Moran and Chairman Bost and Ranking Member Blumenthal for convening our hearing today. Thank you so much to all the witnesses for being here today and the work that you all do every day advocating on behalf of fellow veterans and service members. Special shout out to any Minnesotans in the crowd today. Come on, y'all, you out there? Well, I met with some of them earlier, and it was a pleasure to see them here in Washington advocating on behalf of their fellow vets. General Pyatt, my team has been working with yours back in Minnesota to partner on supporting our women veterans, and we've been very impressed by all the work that you're doing. As you know, women are our fastest growing group of veterans, and as an OBGYN myself, it's important to me that women veterans can receive top quality menopause and infertility care. In your view, where can Congress act to ensure that VA is equipped to meet the needs of a growing women veteran population in 2026 and beyond?
Thank you for the question and your help with our work there. First, I would say women veterans are veterans, and our country needs to recognize that. Munitions don't discriminate by gender. They need the same care, but their medical care is gender specific. We need to meet them where they are, allow them to choose the provider of their choice, allow them the care they need where they want it. If it's at home, if it's via telemed,